Right, so thank you very much. Thank you again for being here. I see that our rector is a little bit late, but maybe he sent me the message, but I'm not available today for the messages because I can't read the messages and because I don't use the phone, I don't know where the phone is. So, right. What I wanted to say, so our conference, we had excellent morning. I hope that Diego was able to follow something from, no, because it was, no. Anyway, we start the session that was suggested by the authority for Italian authority for energy, that was nuclear. Nuclear is extremely important for Italy at this moment, especially in the very difficult times with whatever it happens. So maybe here we have some responses to our extremely expensive bills and so on. Diego, I'm terribly grateful for being with us. Diego is a professor in Japan, what I understood, and well, he researched on his previous publications were on France because he's French, and I thought that France on nuclear is extremely important, or at least is worth debating the French way of dealing. So on this issue, we will have two speakers, and then we will debate. I know that it's very late in your place. What time is it?
10 o'clock.
Okay, so you want to go quickly. So please, the floor is yours. The floor is yours. I hope that you will be able to share the slides because I'm quite, well, yes, excellent.
Can you see?
Yes, we see.
Perfect.
Can you make it, well, let's go
Changes?
from, you
Yes.
need to make it bigger and you mean, okay, Dali needs, au départ, ça va être au départ ou quelque chose, je me souviens plus comment c'est exposé en français, mais c'est le premier là. Diaspora, diaspora, ha ragione. Si on commence au départ, ça doit être. Je me souviens plus l'ordinateur en français à ce moment-là. Non, Matteo. You need to press somewhere to make it bigger from the beginning.
Make bigger.
Yes, diaspora. No, press diaspora. Here, this one. No more. The fourth one. One.
The fourth?
No, transition, animation, diaspora. Not before revision. Here. Diaspora. Here.
I can't see.
No. And then you make it bigger because we see all the slides, on the sides, like this would be.
Yeah, I see.
Press diaspora from the beginning. Diaspora, yes.
That's okay?
Yes, that's perfect. So Diego teaches at the University of Tokyo. Well, okay, teaches in the University of Tokyo and prepared the presentation about nuclear renaissance, which is exactly your topic, because I have read your article and this is how I know you, so thank you very much. And nuclear renaissance, and you talk about France and Japan, which I find very inspiring. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your invitation, Professor. So I'm going to speak about the nuclear renaissance, legal and regulatory challenges in France and Japan. So like Professor mentioned, it's a very important topic today in France and in Japan, but also in Europe, I think. The nuclear renaissance is not only a technological comeback, but a legal and a regulatory challenge shaped by energy security, climate imperatives, and public trust. So, nuclear is back globally, not only in France, not only in Japan. With all geopolitical problems, we need to find the new solutions to have energy, not only because we need energy for almost everything today, especially with the development of AI tools, for example, we need data centers and other things that requires a lot of energy. And we have some goals, we have some purpose today, and maybe nuclear energy is the only way or the best way to achieve these goals. We have three problems to solve: climate change, how to face climate change, how to improve energy security, and how to obtain a stable baseload. And it seems, maybe it's not perfect, but it seems that nuclear energy could help us with these three problems. So, why nuclear is back? Like I said, like I mentioned, we have three most goals. The first one, it's a climate imperative. Nuclear energy provides carbon-free electricity compatible with Paris Agreement targets and net zero ambitions. So for the environmental problems, maybe nuclear energy could be a solution. Well, of course, I'm gonna speak about that later. We have other issues, environmental issues with nuclear, but it's carbon-free. Second point, with nuclear energy, we have stable baseload supply. Unlike wind and solar, renewable energies in general, nuclear guarantees continuous large-scale electricity production regardless of weather. So we don't need to know the weather, for example, to be sure that we have energy all the time. So a stable baseload supply. Third, third problem, and it's about the present, the geopolitical problems we have today. With nuclear energy, we can obtain energy sovereignty. We can reduce dependence on fossil fuel imports and strengthen national energy independence. Of course, that costs time, energy in large scale, and money, but that could be a solution for the future, especially when the present is so uncertain with wars and other problems. We don't have enough time to speak about all geopolitical problems, but um, present is trouble. Uh, at first, I would like to explain why we need a renaissance of nuclear in France, for example. Actually, for a lot of years, from 70 to 90, 70s to 90s, France was a very good dominance in nuclear, a global leadership, a good technology, a good workforce in nuclear energy. And almost 80% of the energy of France was produced by nuclear energy. So it was very prosperous period for nuclear energy. But from 2000 to 2015, we have the decline with the open of energy market in European Union, with political hesitation, with questions about the high risks of nuclear. We put a step away from nuclear. And for almost 20 years, actually, we had stagnation. We had a lot of delays. We abandoned some projects. We canceled some investments. And the nuclear was not important, not only in France, but in Germany and other countries in Europe. We're going to speak about Japan later, but the high risk of nuclear appeared like not necessary. Well, after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and 2022, Macron decided to change completely the strategy of France. The nuclear energy became the center of the energy sovereignty in France. it appears that the nuclear energy could be the only way to be independent from other countries. So today, the energy strategy in France is all focused on nuclear energy, like in the past, actually. So it's at the same time a renaissance, but also a travel to the past. In Japan, the trajectory is a little bit different. Before the disaster of Fukushima, so before 2011, nuclear energy had a very good reputation in Japan. We had a very good energy mix, advanced technology, established infrastructure. Everything used to work in Japan. People was not afraid. After the disaster, of course, that triggered a shutdown of all reactors, and public trust collapsed. Today, it's very common in Japan to have anti-nuclear opinions. I could discuss with professors, researchers, and citizens in Japan, and it's quite interesting to know that 50-50 of people are against nuclear or enthusiastic about nuclear. So the public trust is very difficult today to obtain. But at the same time, climate and energy security pushes Japan to gradual restarts. Today, we have almost 15 reactors restarted, and it was a big victory for the nuclear industry after the disaster of Fukushima. But the nuclear energy still need legitimacy in Japan. We have a safety reform, but people are still skeptical about nuclear energy here. Not everyone, but some people. So here we have two models of nuclear renaissance. In France, we have the continuity model. We used to have a strong nuclear industry. We tried to relaunch nuclear industry in 2022. We already have a strong regulation and a strong legal framework. We need to adapt, of course, but the rules already exist. And nuclear energy, like I mentioned, became a priority for us. In Japan, it's not only about continuity, it's about reconstruction. We need to rebuild after the Fukushima crisis. We need to rebuild reactors. We need to rebuild the infrastructure in general. We need to create social acceptance, and it's a major challenge for Japan. We need to create new safety standards with more legitimacy and credibility for everyone. Because, like I said, Japanese people are still skeptical about safety measures. And of course, we need to build trust. Trust is essential to nuclear renaissance, not only in Japan, but also in France and other countries. I think in Italy, and Poland, and Hungary, and all countries where I could discuss about nuclear, trust is essential. It's a major issue. Well, the nuclear renaissance seems necessary, seems a good thing for the population, for the society, for our needs. But of course, we have some problems to solve before that. Like I said, nuclear energy could create some problems. Of course, the only way to solve these problems is the law. It's regulatory. So it's a regulatory challenge, not only a technological challenge. We have right risks with nuclear energy. Even a small accident could have a big consequences. Could have big consequences. So we need to watch what happened, and we need to create a high safe standards for nuclear energy. At the same time, public sensitivity is very important. With internet, it's very easy to know about everything everywhere. So of course, what happened in Japan, in Fukushima, afraid. A lot of people in France, for example, or in Europe, a lot of people are scared today, not because we had some accidents in France, we only have small incidents, but we know that it's possible. So we need to build trust because of accidents in any parts of the world. And of course, it's not only a regulatory challenge or a legal challenge, it's a technical challenge because nuclear energy, it's quite complex. And even the law part, it's very complicated. Licensing, safety standards, environmental impact. We need to study a lot of things to understand how nuclear energy could rebirth. Just an example, but I don't have enough time to speak about all details. Licensing for new operators, for example, create a new nuclear plant or to put new reactors is very complicated. It's like a maze, actually. So we have 5 steps, but each step can be very long. We have environmental assessment, so we need to evaluate the impact of the new reactors or the new nuclear plant, and that takes time and money. We have a lot of safety reports before doing anything. We have a lot of public consultations. Like I said, we need social acceptance. We need also a lot of expert reviews, and it's sometimes difficult to deal with expert reviews, but because they are not always agree. Nuclear energy can be sometimes controversial, and we need a decision of the government. We need a governmental decree. Actually, in France, in Japan, it's almost the same situation. We have a lot of authorities behind the licensing of new reactors or the restart of nuclear reactors. We have the Nuclear Safety Authority. In France, it's ASN. We have the Ministry of Energy. We have independent experts, and we have civil society and public. Today, we have 2 goals with the legal framework of nuclear renaissance: safety and transparency. Without safety and transparency, we can have trust or social acceptance. So I'm going to illustrate my presentation with 4 biggest challenges in the nuclear renaissance. The first challenge is the complexity. Like I mentioned, the nuclear law, it's very complicated. Even for lawyers, even for people who study nuclear law, like me or other researchers, it's not always easy to understand all aspects of nuclear law, because actually we have other disciplines behind. We have energy law, environmental law, public health law, security law, and it's very difficult to interpret or to understand, not only for lawyers, but also for the government and for the operators, and of course the public. So the transparency, it's a big challenge, because even when we know about nuclear energy, it's not easy to explain. It's not easy to go through so many laws. Of course, laws are necessary. There are high standard of safety laws is necessary, but when we need to stop. Second challenge, it's most a French challenge, but I think in all countries you have the same problems. It's safety governance. Who will watch what is happening? Who will to make sure that we are respecting law or high safety standards? In France, we used to have 2 authorities: ASN, the regulator, IRSN, the scientific body. the scientific body, it's not specialized on making decisions about regulation, but only about the development of new technologies or the evaluation of new technologies. But today in France, to simplify and to accelerate decisions, we merged both authorities. So last year we had a new authority, ASMR, and this new authority was created to make nuclear energy more efficient with our new strategy. But this merge can be dangerous or risky because that could weak the separation between scientific expertise and regulatory decision making. In Japan, they did the same thing after the Fukushima disaster. They rebuilt completely the authority of safety of nuclear, and they have at the same time the expertise and the regulatory decision making in the same institution. Third challenge: the energy sovereignty. Like I said, with nuclear energy, we try to reduce the fossil fuel dependency and gain in strategic autonomy. But actually, with nuclear energy, we could create a new dependency, the dependency on uranium and full supply chains. Kazakhstan, represents 40% of uranium in the world. It's not far from Russia. So that could be a problem in the future. The strategy today is to diversify the uranium suppliers. It's to industrialize nuclear fuel cycle in France. We have partnerships with Canada, for example, to create a coordination between countries in European Union, and of course, sign long-term supply agreements. The only problem, and the major problem, that's for now, it's only a strategy. We are still developing the answers to the uranium dependency. And we don't know yet if this strategy is realistic. So we need to wait. But we know the problem and we already have a solution. But we need some time to evaluate the answers. Last challenge: new technologies. In France, but also in other countries like USA, for example, and Japan, reactors are quite old. Normally, after 40 years, 50 years, we need to change reactors, but the cost is very high, like I said. And to solve this problem, we are trying to create the small modular reactors. These small modular reactors are a huge advantage. Three huge advantages, actually. They are smaller, of course. They are flexible, modular, and scalable, and they are cheaper. But at the same time, with all new technologies, we have the same issues. We need to regulate these new reactors. And we have two options here. Option A: adapt all legal framework we already have for normal reactors. Or option B: to create a dedicated regulatory framework. Of course, the second option could take time. We don't know yet what could be the problems with this new technology. So again, we have a new issue without a proper response. To conclude my presentation, we have shared problems in France and Japan. And I could say that we have the same problems, or almost the same problems, in all countries developing energy, nuclear energy. The first problem is the public trust. Without social acceptance, we can't have nuclear energy. The risk is high. We need to evaluate the risk, and we need to protect people from the risk. And you need to explain how we are going to protect people. So we need to build or rebuild trust. Of course, and it's logical, we need safety standards, high safety standards. Of course, we already have a lot of laws, we have a lot of agreements, international agreements, so we can we inspired by where we already have, but the technology evolved, so we need to adapt. We have also problems with aging reactors, and like I mentioned, small modular reactors could be a solution for them. We have a problem with workforce renewal. Like I mentioned, in Japan, in France, for a lot of years, nuclear energy have been stopped. So students or people stopped to study nuclear energy. So we lack of nuclear engineers, for example, and we need to recruit engineers in China or in USA or other countries, and or to develop new new diplomas, new ways to obtain this workforce who is necessary for the nuclear renaissance. Finally, and it's a major problem, but we don't have enough time to speak about that here. The waste management. The nuclear waste is it's a big problem. In France and Japan, we have almost the same solution. We have the geological solution. So we bear in the ground very deep the nuclear waste, but we don't know if that's the best solution. Well, for countries seeking to develop nuclear energy, they need to think about how to handle the nuclear waste. So we all share the same challenges, the same problems. That's why I would like to finish with three key takeaways. So first, nuclear is back, but under new conditions. Fukushima disaster changed everything, and the Renaissance is not a return to the past, like I mentioned. It's a transformation under climate, security, and social imperatives. Second, law is a key driver of success or failure. We need a legal framework, licensing procedures, and a high standard for safety governance, not only to build trust, but to protect people from eventual risks linked to nuclear. Finally, three, even if Japan and France have two models of nuclear renaissance, we can see their strategy and maybe have some ideas for other countries. Maybe nuclear is not perfect, but maybe nuclear could be a solution for the future. The success of nuclear renaissance will be determined as much by law as by technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much. This was very, very interesting. And I should say, and is it open?
I don't know.
I don't know.
From this
Ah,
one,
okay.
I guess.
And right. So what I'm saying, this was very interesting and very close to my interest because I'm also a lawyer. So I like looking at the legal perspective of things, and the subject is usually tackled by economists. It's just overwhelmingly tackled by economists and by scientists. So the legal perspective, I really like it here. Also, I have many questions, but I believe that you won't be able to join us for the roundtable because it's very late in Japan. So I really understand. I have some questions, but maybe you can send me by email if I manage in 2 years to, for instance, about aging plants in France. So what are, okay, the idea, strategy to extend life of those are plants. But what's reality? So what's reality in sense, what's the just immediate idea of those plants that, well, yes, they are old and they might be of danger to public health. As you said, that nuclear law is a sort of is bound with other law, is finally sort of many laws together, energy law, but also, of course, you will have health law, because exactly aging reactors can produce something that we might like, we might not like. The second issue that I would like to raise here, it would be about Japan. It's a curiosity, because I thought, okay, I understand Fukushima, that changed everything. This is what you say. But I thought that Japanese population was just so used to of idea of energy from nuclear. So I thought that they were just like, because for many European countries is something that, well, we are not quite sure if we want it, and so on. But I thought that Japanese people were more, so when you said that they are scared, they don't want, so they are simply like us, because we are scared, but we are not very used to this idea. Diego, I thank you so much. It was great. I will be in touch for many other ideas of collaboration, because I thought that your research is really interesting. I've read, and that's why you're here. Thank you so much. And if you can answer me, in 3 hours, I think that I will manage to get into my email from this room. So thank you so much. Again, big love. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. And don't hesitate to send me questions about my presentation. I will be very happy to answer everything.
I'm very happy that you wanted to be with us this afternoon. So thank you so much, Diego.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, if you want to stay with us,
I'm gonna stay too.
Right, but I don't know how to make you small. Yes, so maybe, but don't only just that YouTube goes, and yes, okay. Our Professor Czarnecka is Professor. She is a Polish Minister of Industry. Yes. No, you don't have to leave anything. You can. We share the thing. Yes. We share the room. We share the room. So I asked students. They didn't do. They did half well, because I said without titles, but with the name.
I got this one.
No, this is the next one. Presentation.
No.
But did you put electricity Italian?
No.
But you put it more, maybe
Yeah.
the different. Do you have it?
Yeah, I had it, and it is
Yes.
so the local content.
Yes. So let's put it. So I think so. When I said without the title, but however with the first name. But thank you very much, my students. So without the title, but with the first name. Because, for instance, Professor Salvini might not like, because they would think that that we mixed him up with Vice Prime Minister, who is also Salvini. So he might not like to be only Salvini.
It's the same name, but
Yes.
it's not my relative.
Okay, how to make it?
If I know her, Elmas, just do something. Do we have like, it was.
Yeah, I have it. Right.
What is this? No, I just was looking for maybe a stick.
Yeah, for cable.
No, a stick, just a stick, the USB stick.
USB, I don't have it.
Nobody has USB?
She has.
All right. So as who has been this morning, so you will be dealing with this, I'm talking. So who has been this morning, you know that Professor Czarnecka was Minister of Industry. I did say in my presentation this morning that this was extremely important ministry.
Not going.
It's not going? I don't know how.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
going, but we don't have it here. how we can do it?
No. No, it is not going. Normally.
Just the stick. Who has a stick? Ah,
Okay,
this
but
one?
probably
Ah.
you need, okay.
I have it.
and what is it?
Connect this one.
This one, okay. This one. Okay. Okay.
Et comment? Maintenant, on est chez qui? Okay. 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 Fortunately, I have Elma's.
Local content nuclear policy.
This one.
Not this one.
Super.
Okay. Yeah.
Presentation here, presentation.
Yeah, of course. We need to compare.
Okay. And then do
And then
presentation. One second. Let's put this on the side because and this is on the presentazione. All'inizio.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, so as I said, that the Ministry of Industry is extremely important, I think, in every country, but for Poland, this was even more important than other countries. So we are extremely grateful that she's here, and she already delivers the second paper today. So thank you so much.
But this is
for-
my favorite, by the way.
Ah, good. So it's important to like what we are doing,
Yeah.
right?
So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here and we'll discuss about something which is more than important, and it is, let's say, existing in all countries. The question is why? Because it is local content. All the countries, I mean, we are talking about one Europe, everything's supposed to be together, but you know, the countries are fighting about their industrialization and their investments and, let's say, the developing of their business in the country. So that's why it is so important. And also we are talking not only about the, let's say, country story, but also we are talking about the competition on the market. So we have like two things together. The question is why everybody are interested in the nuclear. The answer is really simple. We do need the money. If we do not, we need the money, so it means on the table. Have you got any idea how much does it cost the building of nuclear power plant in the world? Of course, the pricing is, let's say, the different, but we counted in Poland around 50 billion euros. 50. So it means there are enormous money. And if there are enormous money, so everybody are interested in to get the piece of the cake. And you have to remember that everything what is important in that project means quite simply that we can participate in the building and the construction of that. But except the participating in the construction, we can discuss about the, let's say, guarantee of the country. So there is no possibility that somebody, it is, I mean, the 100 safe investment, and everybody are interested in. The only one risk is the political one, which is saying that the, let's say, the governmental authority would say, sorry, we decided to stop the investment. So that is only one. And what is interesting, if you look at the American funds and American money in Europe, they always say until the first step of the investment is done in reality. So we have like a, for instance, the floor for the, let's say, for the power plant. That's the moment we start to invest. So because there is no possibility that somebody would say, sorry, from the political point of view, we are going out of the project. So that's why that is so interesting. So please remember the guarantee, which is done by international legislation. And the second one is the, let's say, everything is, let's say, connected with the enormous money. No, there are no such a other investment than nuclear one, which is so valuable and which are, let's say, investing that's the money on the market. So the question is, what does it mean, local content? I will give you no, telling you the truth, I'm talking with the lawyers, not only in Poland, but also in the European Union. And even we are talking on the international level with the United Nations, and everybody are saying, who knows? The question is why? Because we can have the company which is registered in Italy, and all the assets are belonging to Polish people and everything. I mean, the only thing is that they are paying the taxes in Italy, but the workers are Polish. They have all the assets in Poland, and they have, let's say, all the stuff which they're using for the investment from China. So are we talking that it is Italian company as the local content? We have, for instance, a huge industry, which is American one. Everybody are having the Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola is having the Polish company, the Polish factory. Polish workers are working there, but they have marketing. I mean, all the, let's say, N-2, N-3, and N-1 authority of the, let's say, top management is located in the US. Not exactly the US, because the Coca-Cola is having the quite complicated structure, because they are located in Switzerland. The Switzerland is having their, let's say, assets in Ireland, and the Ireland is having this in United States of America. So in this case, can we say that it's a local company because they have like a couple thousand workers which do not have any influence on the market, and they are not paying the taxes exactly in Poland. They are paying taxes in Switzerland. So in this case, so that's why, I mean, there are no legal decision on that. Everybody are thinking about this, and absolutely nobody have an idea how to make the definition. Any kind of the definition will be, let's say, difficult to let's say solve. You can say, okay, Facebook is an American company, but remember about something. There was the war in the United States of America connected with the taxes, because Elon Musk, he moved his company from California exactly to the Texas, saying, okay, the taxes are better. So it is also the question about the geographical position of the company. So that's the story. We can say that the local content is really difficult to, let's say, to solve how to do it on the market. And so there are 4, let's say, questions, 4 modalities, and 4 questions how to do it. The first one is, of course, the hard mandates. I mean, the best idea, all the companies are dreaming about having like a 40% of the market have to be done by local companies. Perfect idea, but we are not here for the, let's say, solving managers' problem, because sometimes they are saying, oh, regulation is too, let's say, market is too regulated. But in this case, they are saying, maybe it's better to have everything regulated in law. So in this case, we will not have the problem, do we fulfill this obligation or not? The second one is the contractual commitment. If we have the contractual commitment, that's the best idea, because we have this, let's say, this model is existing in Poland with the Westinghouse Bechtel, and we have Americans promise us in the contract and in the contract with the Polish state that 40% of the investment will belong to the Polish companies. Still, we don't know what does it mean, Polish company, by the way, but it is this statement like that done in the law. And of course, what we have to remember, you are the law students mostly, and you know quite well that the question is about the state aid. If we have the competition, we have to treat the companies in the same way. And if we have the state aid, there is the question, is that company, let's say, competitive on the market? And if we have like 2 mobile phones, well, that's not a good idea. Let's say the caps will be better. I'm always okay, I will ask you the question which I'm asking by myself almost each day. how can it be affordable? Like having the plastic spoon for coffee and having the regular spoon, just clean it and to use it the second time. This plastic spoon usually is made in China. So they have to deliver it to Italy. They have to bring it to the bar. They have to use it in the bar. So it's still cheaper than clean this regular one. For me, I do not have such a big imagination. I can't understand it, but it's real. I mean, it's cheaper to have these, let's say, plastic story in your, let's say, all the cafes, not having the regular ones. I don't understand it. Maybe there will be the Nobel Prize winner, which is explaining this to the world, but it's working like that. And so in this case, there is the question about, of course, how we can manage this in the state aid. I will show you how it is regulated by law. And of course, in the end, we have the, let's say, all the regulations which are existing on the European market, exactly the Industrial Acceleration Act, which is, let's say, from the 2026, which is having the, let's say, giving the countries the special permission for their performance on the local market. Oh, sorry, I'm always doing the same. So why the states, let's say, pursue the local content in nuclear? That's what we said. There is the, let's say, the special idea. And please remember, I forgot about something to say in the beginning, that it is long time investment. It is like a 60 years response for the, let's say, for the nuclear. It doesn't happen somewhere else. So that's why everybody are interested in, and that's what I told yesterday, that in the top of the investment, so there is the estimation which is saying the 12,000 people have to work for that company. So this is now such an investment which is existing everywhere. So the highest one is just a building or small industry on the market. And the question is about what is regulation. So we have some, let's say, disciplines, and we have to take it into the consideration some special legislation, international ones on the, let's say, the local content. The first one is, of course, the GATT 1994, which is saying that the, of course, the February, that there is no possibility to make the favorable for the, let's say, domestic over the important products. So that's why we have these, let's say, Chinese products everywhere. I can assume that the majority on this table is coming from China, right? And so
Not here, I don't think so.
all the computers inside,
Computers,
yeah,
yes,
everything
but
here,
French.
the glasses, they're supposed to be American, but I don't think so. The cup for sure, and this Kova for sure. So do not
Yes,
count
yes,
it. Yeah, that's the story, right?
Yes.
And of course, there is the let's say some other legislation which is saying which mostly on the word is existing the, let's say, prohibition to treat the countries in a different way. There was a breakpoint. The breakpoint was done last year when the treaty, not the treaty, the court of the European Tribunal of Justice said quite simply that could be in the all the kind of the tenders which are organized by the European companies could be information that it is forbidden to use other, that it is allowed to not to use the other countries than the European ones. So we said quite simply, it is let's say combination with the one European market. So if you are a company from China, it was exactly the Turkish case, which was saying if you are not belonging to the European Union countries, so it means that you could be excluded from the tender because you are the third side countries. And it is good for the, let's say, European business. It's absolutely a profitable one. And what we have we have the case, which is the old one, and everybody are thinking about, which is the Canadian and Japanese case, which was saying quite simply that of course, when we talk about renewables, that's the court said, it have to be equal treatment between the local Canadian Canadian part and the Japanese one, because it have to be competition on the market. So all the companies which are treated in a different way, they do come back to this case saying that it's the old one, and it have to be measured as an important one. So is the nuclear different from renewables? Of course it is. Sometimes I'm always saying the same story with the language. So some of the documents are not transferable and did not, let's say, could be translated into Polish because we do not have such words. If we do not have words, we do not have technology. If we do not have technology, so there is no choice on the market, we have to use that company and this company because nobody is producing something different. And what is the story is, if we decide about the technology of creating the nuclear power plant, we have to use them until the end of the life. It's like a, marriage without the possibility to divorce. It's for me, I mean, okay, I can assume this, but it is quite hard life here to know it will be always, he will be always on my, let's say, backside, right? Or she. So it is a quiet erosion with the WTO discipline, because trade respective supply security measure must be limited to the specific dependencies and proven the disruption risk. So there is the, let's say, also the United Nations are looking, because as you know, the World Trade Organization is the part of the United Nations, so it is more international than European one. And the European, the international company is saying, okay, we have to begin discuss about the competition, and maybe the countries supposed to have the possibility, maybe, I'm talking that most, it may be, it will be possibility that we will open the gate for the local content. And European framework, which is of course, their primary law. If you look at this, it is absolutely forbidden. Like I say, you have the articles here which are listed, which are saying quite simply, if you look at this like a one-to-one literacy, and you look at the, let's say, the verbal interpretation. So in this verbal interpretation would be the information, it's absolutely forbidden. And all the countries, I mean, the French people are saying, yes, but no in the nuclear. Germans are saying, yes, but that's some other regulation. Polish are saying, yes, but we have American company, so we have to be combined with the American legislation. So that's why, look at that, if you have this, and make the interpretation is really open. And what we have, let's say, the article number, we have the special organization in Europe, which called Euratom. And this is, okay, that's question also about the fuel. Because when we are talking about the local content connected with the whole investment, we have to remember about the fuel. The fuel is also the big question mark, because as you know, we have the fuel producers, which are a little bit different than the companies which are producing that, which are making the investment. I'm always saying the same. Our favorite neighbor in Poland, Russia, they are still the biggest player. Nobody is talking about because African countries, they are trying to, let's say, to remove the Russia from the market. But the Ural market is still belonging to the Russia. So that's also the question about how to make the local, because we have to exclude the investment in the, let's say, reality from the fuel market, which is absolutely different in that story. And so here is the, let's say, the some decisions connected with my favorite investment, Hinkley Point. Because the question is why it is favorite one, because everybody are saying in Poland, oh, you are too late, the investment will be too late, so nothing happens. Hinkley Point was delayed 14 years. Not 4, just 10 plus 4, it means 14. And so if the Poland will be late 5 years, we are always saying, sorry, it's still not so far as the Hinkley Point was done. So that is let's say, and also the Hinkley Point. It is, when you look at my favorite nuclear law, it's that's what I told you 2 days ago. So it is because of the disasters, the legislation was changing, right? The last one was Fukushima, and which was absolutely a different story. Then the people are thinking that it was the other disaster, but it was the natural disaster because of the water. So it was not like a, the disaster within the power plant. It was the problem of the power plant because of the water disaster. So it was the complete different story. And so from that moment, from the Hinkley Point, there was the complete different legislation connected with the state aid. So the law is saying quite simply, if you just have, the procedure in the European law. The European law, of course, if you look at the article number 107 from the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union, it says quite simply that the state aid must be, it can't be done because it's killing the competition, with some exemptions. And of course, it's saying also that it is, if the country is making the decision for making the state aid, it have to be proved, it have to be notified by the European Commission. So the European Commission is allowing the countries to make the state aid, and the special consent of the European Commission usually takes years of the negotiations. Poland already, we have this improvement, and we can just give the money. Exactly right now, the Poland gave 12 billion euros for that investment. So investment is following because it's not even the information. It is done by as a state aid. And so that's what we have in the local, let's say, the local content. We have two legislation. The first one is, of course, Net Zero Industry Act and the Industrial Accelerator Act, which is under the proposal of the European Commission. And what we have, like a first one, let's discuss about something what's supposed to be, because what is this, probably And it says quite simply that the coverage is net zero automotive, steel, and let's say the cement and some other special industries have to be excluded from the legislation of the state aid. And also what is important, they are excluded from the legislation of the local content. So it probably would be completely allowed to just have the local content. The second one, union origin, which content requirement is procurement and the state support, because if it is innovated, for instance, in Poland, there is the special project of the preparing the new SMR. It is absolutely new idea. And this absolutely new idea, which is the innovative one, we do not have any problems with the European Commission to give them the money, because there is not the money which are coming for the business, because these are the money for the research, for R&D, right? It is not the money for, let's say, for the business. The third one is equivalence. So there's equivalent for the union origin. So if we have the, let's say, the researcher and the product which is done on the European level, so that's exactly the same question about when you have the freedom of movement of goods on the European Union. So it says quite simply, there are no customs between the countries. And if we do not have the customs between the countries, so that's here the same situation, but you have to prove that the product is, let's say, imported in the legal way, or it was done or produced on the ground of the European Union. And there was the Polish case, we are famous in the European Union, because there was the question, we have the guy in Poland, which was producing that special ground for the plants. I don't remember. He took it from Russia. The plastic bag he took from China. He put everything together on the Polish ground, and he said, "I can make in Poland." There was absolutely nothing Polish there. And also there was a question about is it treated as a Polish content? And so in this case, of course, there is also the case about equivalence. So if it is such a product which is not, let's say, the finger of the European Union countries is not put it into the product, so it can be treated as a local one. And of course, it is the, let's say, the new idea of the single digital. So that is the procedure, because of the administration process in European Union is horrible. You are living in Italy, so you know that administration could be quite difficult. Yeah. In Poland, the situation is really similar. So, you know, there are some countries which have the really soft administration, but we are both from here. These are not those countries. We do not have Germans in our group, so they have administration system which is probably one of the let's say well organized in Europe. And of course, there is this Industrial Accelerator Act is saying quite simply, explicit from the origin requirements. So that is the first idea for Europeans. I will cut it, I promise you. So do I have any time?
Just a
Yeah, just a little bit,
I
right.
have to ask.
I'm too talkative person.
Yes. No, I'm just ask Anna. She can't hear me. Anna,
Yes, I can hear you.
yes, do you
Count the time.
can you wait? Another idea is that if you really have limited time, we can also do like this. I will ask another professor if you can come next, and then if you need to go, if you can wait for your turn, delighted. So decide.
I can wait a little bit, and also now I wanted to have the end of the story in Poland.
Ah, yes, absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay.
So maybe,
We have time. So
maybe
I just-
Yeah, so
as
5
it
minutes.
is always the case in Europe, we are going to reach a consensus and a compromise. You shorten a little bit, so I will also accelerate a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. So I just wanted to know, because sometimes people, they have my talk was at Taught and I have to leave. Okay, so perfect. Thank you so much.
So telling you the truth, what the European Union is following, and probably it will be the path for all the countries. The one is saying quite simply that 40% of the, let's say, of the stuff supposed to be in the local content, but in the one way, the European manufacturing, and it must be the sharing of the zero net technology. So it is like a combination of both of two elements, and it is quite nice. I like it because it means quite simply there is still the question, look at that is not renewable, that is zero net technology. So it means nuclear is just in. Because if we put the renewables, so it would be the answer that the nuclear policy would be excluded from this specific local content story. And so just one remark about the how much money do we spend for that project. So that's the set. It is 42 billion for now. It will be finished 2036 and 40 years of the CFD. CFD means contract for difference. So it means that the Polish government is guaranteeing that the, let's say, the prices would be stable for 40 years. So that's the answer. Of course, the Notification Act is saying quite simply that it is, let's say, it could be changed sometimes, but normally we can discuss about this this project. So telling you the truth, 70%, okay. So what will be the, let's say, breaking point for that story? In all countries, when you look at the nuclear policy in all countries, the nuclear policy is having the idea which is have a special institute. The special institute which is giving the licenses for the production of the, let's say, of the parts of the nuclear power plant in the different forms. It depends on the, even the screw or the computer or some things, it have to be like a, you know, just proved by this institute. And that kind of the institutes are existing in Great Britain, of course, in the United States of America, even in China, and in countries which are really, let's say, focused on the nuclear power plant. And that's what is, so 70% of the Polish firms are reporting that they are interested in to be let's say they are interested in to participate in this, let's say, special licensing program. And 33% have already have some experience in the nuclear projects. And probably it will be, let's say, the form we treated as a Polish government is treating this project for like a, you know, to develop the new ideas, new experience in this specific field. So, you know, we have the story in Poland that that's what we are saying, more than 40% of energy is coming from the coal when we will create this power plant. So probably it will be like a, you know, going from we have the special program, which is calling from coal to nuclear. So it will be the idea of the creating not only the, let's say, the changing of sources of energy, but also changing the experience, managers, engineers, lawyers, economists, and others which will be interested in this project. So, you know, the last remark for Polish markets, we have the best financial system in Europe. The question is why? Because we didn't have until the beginning of the end of the last century, the 20th century, we didn't have anything like, you know, no checks, no credit cards, everything was done by cash. So everything what we have right now, it's completely new. You Italians were having like checks and other forms like American Express and other forms of the, let's say, credit cards, which were used before.
Don't believe it. But
Yeah, but nobody you had, right? And for Poland, it was nothing. So everything what we, let's say, included in the system, it is absolutely new. That's why all the Polish people, they do use the financial system. It's really well developed because it is new. That is nothing special. The money which was spent for that was the money for new technology and for new investment. So I'm the fan of the nuclear because it is absolutely new skills, new ideas, and you know that is, it can't be bad. Yeah, it is the really good project. I think for everybody. And that's what I told you yesterday, that the 92% of the Polish are accepting, the sociology is saying that they do accept the creating the power plant in Poland. So that's why we are just involved. Sorry for being so long speaker.
You
It's the last one.
speaker.
Okay,
No.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going on.
No, but it just,
Yes.
we have, but maybe we can continue tomorrow with these 10 slides that remain.
They are the Polish ones, forget it.
No, but
No.
Don't- Well, I think that you have sort of, you idealize Italy a little bit too much. In Italy, it has been for many, well, as my friend from Pescara, a famous professor was saying, you foreigners, you like Italy, but when you start living here, it changes a little bit. So, till you see from the far, it's beautiful. Anna, so what we do, we take you now, and then with Professor, the next professor, because she's here, so I'm not saying that she can wait. Absolutely, this is not the idea, but the idea that you are, however, here. So, and you don't have to leave, you don't have classes. So Anna, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you ever so much. Thank you for because we had the sort of you were not really sort of very long in answering me, so I was so afraid that you have forgotten about this conference. So thank you very much for that you haven't. And let's start. You need to put as my friend. Yes, excellent. So thank you very much. As I said that. The French insight is super important. I think that it's super important, although we should have Spanish one. Yeah, but I couldn't cover everything. I made many mistakes, my dear. So this is like it happens. So the floor is yours. Thank you very so much.
Thank you, and good afternoon, buon pomeriggio. I don't know whether it is really something about the French, seen from a French perspective. It's my opinion, and as you know, I'm an Italian living in France and contributing also to the energy and climate debate over here, and hopefully a little bit also beside our frontiers. So as Katarina has asked me, I'm going to give you just an overview of the current situation, what in my understanding are also the limits of the nuclear fleet and the nuclear program in France. And which are also the what is betting on the new nuclear program that it is yet to be realized over here. I just to keep the point is that what I wanted to somehow illustrate here is that the specific nature of the nuclear sector that is in France is a source of security of supply. It has, of course, great advantage in providing carbon-free electricity. However, given its particular status, it poses some challenges, and some of them are also on the aspect of price regulation. So the perspective that I'm going to develop unveils that nuclear power in France is clearly something that, as you can see here, produces with 56 facilities, a lot of electricity. So it is more or less, depending on the years, we'll go then into the details, over 60% of the electricity mix. But still there is a question on how this value is shared, allocated, and financed. So, and also, as you can see from this picture, we are in the middle of an advertising campaign, reminding that EDF is an old-fashioned lady. So it produces electricity that France needs since 80 years, which means that the fleet may suffer from some vulnerabilities, even though we have to think about it in terms of a system, and it is conceived like this with its own architecture. However, this architecture has also shown historically some cracks, like, for instance, the cases of the 22 crisis, where the issue of corrosion, drought, and some other delays, in particular in the construction of the new nuclear, have shown that there are some spillovers in the way in which the nuclear fleet has to be managed. On the market, there are also some specificities. There are many paradoxes, and one of them is has been heavily discussed during the energy crisis, and therefore also in the opportunity of revising the EU electricity directive. The issue of consumer protection is very high. It's a high stake here in France. Is really grounded in the way in which it is intended that EDF has to intervene in the market. And I also take this opportunity to remind that during the crisis, EDF has been nationalized. Well, before that, the share of the public was 80%, but now it is 100%. This was also the entry in the new vibes of the nuclear program. This idea that there will be a shift from old to new nuclear, which poses some questions about, very similar to the one we were talking about in Poland, but with some specificities. We have issues of cost, financing, and industrial risk. The specificity is that we have this in the middle of the old and the new nuclear, and again, a feedback with consumer protection. There are also some system constraints, and I will just give you some idea on where we are in the problem of waste. The issue of flexibility, this is something that is discussed more and more, because one of the, among many specificities of the French nuclear fleet is that the technology, most of the plants, not all of them, but most of the plants can do cycling. And this is also something that is one of the objectives, by the way, to increase this cycling on the new way to manage the nuclear fleet. However, climate stress and public acceptance remain some issue to be, challenging for the new nuclear. Here it is the overview of the production with the average over the year and the record low production in 2022. And that is why I think it was worthwhile to come back to the reason why in the middle of the energy crisis there was this counter performance. It's a fleet that is aging, so 37 years is the average, which is then needing this new program that is the life extension, which is very costly. And of course, this was in the books of EDF, already provisioned, but it may be insufficient what it is going to cost. So that is one of the aspects. So the nuclear fleet is there, and it is really conceived as an heritage, very valuable in the French context, but it is becoming more and more costly. So the disadvantage of providing low carbon electricity, and on top of that dispatchable, and on top of that also flexible, it is of course an advantage, but it has to be understood as something that has to be adapted to the new situation. The component replacement, the maintenance, and also climate adaptation. Clearly, the dependence on this technology is that when the fleet underperforms, France becomes, as most of the other European countries, so Italy is a good example of that, more exposed to electricity import and gas prices. And this is something that is hurting the French consumer. On top of that, of this discussion that has been quite hard in 2022 and 23, the novelty is that there is an increasing program. So during this month, the electrification program has been unveiled together with the national plan of energy investment, which is going to set the scene on which is the evolution of the French nuclear fleet. And this shows that the life extension is the interlink and the overlap, if you want, of these different dimensions. There is an issue of safety with the regulatory conduct that is actually underway, which has to cope together with the expenses of the maintenance and corrosion to ensure availability. In a climate that is rapidly changing, France is one of, if not the most exposed country during the last 3 years in Europe, and we have the environmental reports of the European Commission that has clearly shown that water and heat stress in France are going to become a problem more than in other countries. And as I was saying, the share of the finance in terms of the EDF intervention between the CapEx devoted to the maintenance and the new investments. So what happened in 2022 is this hard stress test due to the different determinants, drought that has decreased hydropower, knowing that hydropower, that was one of the dams that was in the advertising campaign. So in France, almost 20% of the electricity mix, of the renewable mix, is provided by hydropower, with a lot of restriction on the discharge in the rivers, which has increased the dependence on gas at the worst period. 26 reactors offline, the lowest over since 88, and this has imposed important consequences. The shock of importing electricity for the first time in 40 years, the increase on the energy bill, according to the accounting of the Banque de France, it amounts to 16 billion, and which has a parallel net loss in the EDF accounts. And another point is the increase of the CO2 pass-through, with gas being the marginal unit in an unprecedented way, exposing also increased CO2 cost to the energy system. There is also a specificity that we all know this mechanism because it is the standard one, except that in the price formation chain in France, there is, for the final consumer, still question in that here we have some tariffs that are an exception for the moment. Tariff for the gas sectors have been abolished in 2023, but not in the electricity market. And these tariffs are set to cover, in a backward logic, the EDF cost. And of course, this is the regulated tariff that is proposed by EDF only. However, it is a pivotal value in the liberalized market at the retail level. So implicitly, it is something that also shapes competition in France. That is why also everything that concerns the cost of nuclear has this indirect chain, an effect that becomes systemic, because through the system of the regulated tariffs and the importance of such tariffs in the competition at the retail level, it is of course something that is going to inflate or not the price to the final consumer. And that is why low carbon average cost doesn't necessarily become protection for French consumers and low market prices. It is something that, again, I'm speeding up a little bit, but it is a question, mainly a distributional one, that is often discussed here. Who is going to capture the carbon rent from the nuclear fleet? And this is also something that has been historically resolved by the existence of the, it was called ARENH, and it is kind of an option that is open to the competitors of EDF to buy from EDF low carbon electricity at regulated prices, which is going to share, I mean, this was at least the objective, to share in an equitable way the advantage of this fleet and to somehow socialize it with a lot of specificities, not only from the point of view of EDF retail, but to be also shared by all the active retailers in the market. However, this specific regulatory context to sell through these withdrawal rights the nuclear electricity into the retail market has ended in 2026. And this has entailed also a lot of debates that have been also shaping the French position during the revision, as I was anticipating, of the market reform, the EU directive. And in Europe, we all own the French position that has been able to qualify the new nuclear as a carbon-free process technology, which has opened the way to the revision internally to the new way to put under contract nuclear electricity. And there were also some consequences I was looking at. I mean, in the slides before in Poland, the opening of the, and we are going to see it, of the nuclear and the way in which it will be financed by using a CCFD. So the root of this thing is exactly a French need that has become also a European need and a European opportunity to create also CCFD on the nuclear fleet in order to share the nuclear rent that is quite massive in France. We come then to what it is, this nuclear rent, what it is going to look like in the future when there will be the new reactors. So We start with something that is not very brilliant. So Flamanville, the plant that is the first, let's say, of new nuclear. There are a lot of questions and failures that have then ended up with an inflation of the initial budget of something that is more than 300%. That is constituting also a learning experience. So the EPR1 Flamanville will not be replicated. We are in the same technology, but essentially what it is going to change is the scale of the installations. And that is one of the limits identified was also exactly the size of the EPR1. So we have some sites that have been already identified. The three of them are already hosting all the nuclear units. But we see that again, an escalating bill is already underway, and it is not clear whether the financing costs that have been declared today, and there is already a counter expertise of the public auditing agency, we see that there is a lot of uncertainty on how much it is going to cost. Nevertheless, this is also part of the actual government strategy that is opening this program as a way to reindustrialize France. This is something that is very important in the plan of raising the competitiveness of the French system. It is, of course, still a pillar of the low carbon electricity, which is also a way to attract foreign investors. Couple of weeks ago, we had announced that Amazon was going to invest 16 billion euros to locate some deposit and units in France, and one of the reasons was the possibility of having low carbon electricity. So all the question is how to turn something that is very costly in an industrial advantage. Still mitigating regulatory, construction, operation, and market risks. How it is being financing, it will be interesting to compare the architecture to the one of Poland. The role of the state is important. So it is a zero-rate state loan of 70 billions with a contract for difference that is going to provide the complement. It is kind of the what it has been also concluded in for the Czech APR10. But this is still something that is going to be discussed. And I add another important question, that is the election that is going to take place next year. And I guess that this is something that either it is going to be really in bold now, or it may be rediscussed later. The last point I wanted to discuss is the vulnerabilities of these giants. No need to say that in terms of absolute production and also relative to the size of France, France is the first nuclear country in the world. Still, there are questions about waste. Two questions here. There is under construction over the last 15 years. We have this project CIGEO that is the first one that is going to be really the definite solution, long-term storage of high radioactive waste. But there is also the medium reactivity waste that has to be changed, so the deposit at Lag. that is also used by other European countries. It is going to be refurbished over the next 10 years. There is also this problem that is in the market, the issue of flexibility. France is not a champion on the other side on renewables, but the pressure to become more updates on the renewables is now achieved. In the last energy plan, it has been for the first time recognized that nuclear has not to harm renewables, which is also linked to this idea of which is the relative advantage in terms of acceptance and governance of nuclear with respect to renewables. That is why I call that a system design debate, infrastructure, flexibility, long-term liabilities, and institutional, and I have also to add industrial credibility. There are some papers that have been highlighting with different methodologies this vulnerability, and I leave you reading here which are the results of different scenarios and again different methodologies. However, even with some differences, clearly there is an issue on how the nuclear is going to respond to more frequent droughts with forced shutdowns that may be multiplying between 2, 3, or 4 times. And this is also something that has been admitted by the French auditors. So there is also something that I think is useful to think about, and it's an issue also for not only in terms of policy making, but also in terms of research, something that I personally would like to understand a little bit more. To end these questions, we can say that we can summarize the economic trade-offs: extend versus replace, low prices to the consumers versus financing, and adapting nuclear to flexibility. We see that we are at the heart of different signals and different instruments that have to be coordinated. And going back to my initial question, the thing is to make, and this is new in the French energy system, to make nuclear not only the reason for a championship, but also a credible way to shape the future energy choices of this country. And with that, I think that I'm going to leave the floor.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. According to the program, we have Professor Kinelski.
Le questionate.
Professor. Okay.
I will be very speed.
Which one? This is okay. This time. We need to share with the this.
Okay, you can.
Yeah, if you want.
This. So I'm going to talk about public information in nuclear energy investment and trade secrets. Nuclear investments are strategic projects with a significant impact on energy security and a natural environment. Access to public information regarding nuclear investments is achieved solely through reliable open access to public information. Supporting the fundamental values of democratic legal systems in the right to information perceived as one of the most important legally controlled rights to international EU and is fundamental to Polish law. Public bodies responsible for public tax, those in charge of public assets, legal entities in which the state treasurer, local government units and private government or economic professional self-governed who that have a dominant position. The right to information about nuclear investment in Poland can be implemented based on acts of international law, but also on the basis of the Constitution and the Polish Act on Access to Public Information, and interesting solution regarding to the implementation of the right to information are also regulated in nuclear law. The entities is required to maintain a website and publish a local information bulletin. The entities responsible for energy security are the central governments, the provincial governments, and the municipal governments. Each of those entities have specific responsibilities, and each is obligated to provide public information regarding the task they perform in the field of nuclear energy. The Polish lawmakers have established the Institute of the Local Information Center, which is regulated to be established by the investor of a nuclear power facility. The investor must establish local information center before or one on the date of the submission of application for construction permit for the nuclear facility. Such a local center must exist until the nuclear power facility is decommissioned. The task of this center includes, in particular, collecting and providing current information on the operation on the facility. In particular, providing information on nuclear safety and radiological protection around nuclear power facility, as well as cooperation with public authorities in conducting activities related to public information and education. Furthermore, it should be noted that the right to public information may be exercised in the form of an application, but also by placing public information in the public information bulletin. It is worth emphasizing that it acts on the participation and implementation of invest in nuclear power facility, and accompanying invest in the legislature indicated the information on the issuance of a decision on determining the location of the invest in the construction of a nuclear power facility. The content of the decision and the providing of documents relating to the case will be published in the public information bulletin. The information to public information in the public information bulletin resulting from the Act on Providing Information of the Environment continues the same time the implementation of the right of access to public information and ensures open public participation. The exercise of the right to public information encompasses social participation in the management of public affairs, social oversight, and as has been evident in the recent year, an increase in public awareness in this area. Given social change, the obligation to establish a local information center or the possibility for local communities to establish a local information committee in connection with nuclear energy investments undoubtedly constitutes the exercise of the right to public information in the area of the nuclear investments. Due to the complexity of the nuclear investments issue, but also social factors related to it, we are content about such solution. The solution in the area of the right to information indicate in the nuclear law should be accessed positively. Yes. When analyzed, the right to public information in the first necessary to present the definition of the right to information, which they undergone some modification in the case law. Polish legislators have established the public information is any information about public matters. Everything relating to public matters is in principle public. Analyze the definition of public information in the context of nuclear energy. The legal regulation in this area undoubtedly satisfy the right to public information. However, it should be noted that the connection with nuclear energy investments and entities, regardless of citizenship, may benefit from the act of access to public information. In the light of the issue discussed, it should therefore be recognized that public information means any information generated by the regulated to public authorities as well as generated by or related to other entities performing public function within the scope of their public authorities' duties and management of municipal property or state treasury property. To understand this concept, it is important to distinguish between simple and processed public information. Transformation refers to action taken against information, while processing refers to action to the alter existing information through intellectual, technical, or organizational action by the obligated entities. Returning to the nuclear law, it should be noted that the local information committee established by the local community will exercise the right to public information in nuclear investments through public monitoring of investments, informing residents and the right of access to information and documents regarding the nuclear power facility. A municipal investment point may be established at the municipal level where such an investment is planned. Polish legislators have indicated that in order to implement the municipal information, education, and promotional strategy for nuclear energy, the municipality in which an investment involving the construction of a nuclear power facility is planned or implemented, or in which activities involving exposure, such as the construction, commissioning, operation, or decommissioning as such a facility, are conducted by establishing a municipal information point. It should be noted that the legislator had granted such a right, but not an obligated at the municipal level. A transparent and multi-level information system ensures that knowledge about the safety or nuclear facility reaches all interested parties in the reliable and timely manner. Another important issue in this area of the right to public information is the issue of the limiting the right, which is partially regulated in the provision discussed. It was pointed out that it is partly due to the failure to consider the prerequisites of acting in the economic and individual interest or the abuse of the right to public information. Undoubtedly, the above mentioned prerequisites have been shaped in recent years, particularly because the right to public information has become a tool for economic and political struggle, as well as for obtaining information for individual and economic interests. Trade secret in nuclear investment may prove to be an interesting issue. Firstly, trade secret generally constitute a restriction on the right to public information. Secondly, such a restriction would be justified in the context of the nuclear power plant's construction technology, cost, and the involvement of international partners. In Polish law, trade secrets are defined in the Act on the Combating Unfair Competition. The doctrine specified that trade secrets are composed of two cumulative conditions, substantive and formal. But we haven't time, so I make short. Currently, after conducting research of whether the right to public information is being abused, approximately 97% of certain entities indicated yes. And when asked how many public information requests were submitted on average over the past, were in economic interest, the figure it was approximately 35% all requests. It's in my opinion, the issue to public information rights in nuclear investment should be analyzed on many levels. On the one hand, every person has a right to knowledge, but in the other, in the context of abuse of this right for economic and security purposes. Information both in the past and today have served on important functions, including economic ones, and is intended to serve people. However, as society develops the right to information, it's talking on a completely different rule and values. The issue of the rights to public information has changed in recent years, mainly under the influence of external factors, in particular, the development of social information and new technology. The question that should be asked is whether investment in nuclear energy and regulation governing public information regarding nuclear energy facilities will be sufficient, whether the right to information will be exercised by entities specified in nuclear law, and with what intensity the right to information will be exercised, albeit based on the right to public information. My opinion, the regulation established in nuclear law will be continued the base form of realizing the right to public information regarding nuclear investments. But the right to public information will continue to be implemented based on the international law and the Polish regulation, the Right to Public Information Act. I try to be very fast.
You were very fast, and I just regret because I had once a dean in England who was a big specialist on the right to information, Patrick Birkenshaw. Unfortunately, in the not really old age, he died in December, but he was the #1 on right to information. So I would introduce you to him, but unfortunately he's not anymore here. Very interesting, great presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Right, so what
One thing,
is
the
Professor
right
King?
to information is very,
But
very
but
interesting
because he had written
topic.
5 books on this. So I will show you because I have in my office.
Thank you.
Right, Enea, Grzegorz Kinelski will join or will not? Grzegorz Kinelski will join or will not join?
Because of his duty as the president of one of the biggest.
Well, we can't hear you on YouTube, so you have to come here because we can't hear you from, whoever follows this on YouTube, doesn't understand what's going on. So you have to explain this here.
Yes, I just I can give you just explanation.
Well, he cannot.
He cannot be because his corporate duty. He is the president of the one with this energy company in Poland and is still in his workplace.
Okay, so
he's very regret that he not be here.
Yes, but he can, because I sent him because he asked me for the link, so I gave him the link, so he's not going to be.
Maybe I can make a phone call and find out whether he's in a position to contact me.
Yes, because I have sent him the link, all the links possible. Professor Salvini, so how interesting was all this, interdisciplinary perspective that you probably, well, I don't know to what extent you are exposed to this international, interdisciplinary ideas about clean.
This is a really different perspective from our point of view. I have the,
I thought it would be interesting.
yes.
exactly.
our perspective is the perspective of the operators. Okay?
Yes.
So really different from the one that we see. For me, for example, I have many questions.
So,
This point of view.
so, shall we, well, you have a choice because there is little in the cafe of the university, there is coffee. So who wants to go for coffee? So I ask you what we are going to do, or we go, this 20 minutes, we will go later and I give the floor to Professor Salvini. I know that it's different perspective, but it's
Yeah,
also
yeah.
interesting
No, no.
for us.
Oh, sure. No, but I will say
So what do you prefer?
here, we can just make some comment for what
No,
we
no,
are
what
here.
I'm saying, but what I'm saying.
Oh, as you prefer. I can start now or the presentation or after the call, as you prefer.
So what shall we do, guys? Shall we continue with one presentation and then having coffee, or we are having coffee now? We are having coffee now. So this is your idea. Okay. So we are having coffee now. So it's in the bar of the university. And yes, so please join. Please join. I don't know if it would be enough because I ordered for a certain amount of, but yeah, we will share. Well, don't worry. Just nobody would remain without coffee. So Francesca, come for coffee.
Przepraszam cię.
Dzień dobry. Czy chce pan się połączyć? Czy chce się pan się połączyć? Teraz idziemy na kawę i za 20 minut no i może być. Krótko, bo coś jesteśmy tutaj. Pani ma czas, a my nie mamy czas, po angielsku, ale może
Czy ja mógłbym się tutaj z tym pendrive'em połączyć?
spytać, muszę się spytać, Dorota, ty będziesz musiała usiąść tutaj. Tu z boku, nie? No, ale ja nie będę się muszę.
O jest, zobacz.
Dorota, braknie kawy, coś się dzieci. Nie, za kawę zapraszam za 10 osób, bo i tak było mało. Skąd mogłam wiedzieć, że będzie?
Można zapłacić.
No tak,
Poczekaj,
ale sprzedajemy. Nie jest
Będziemy myśleć, Marcinem.
3 razy, a nie ma.
a powiedz mi,
Dobrze, bo teraz patrzysz zamknął. Nie, tu zamknie. No to jest mój, to zamknie.
która jest
Nie, poczekaj, no bo to jest mój. To teraz tutaj nam nie trzeba było. A tak, nie. Bo to jest. Poczekaj. Thank you. No i teraz mamy. Teraz twój, żeby nie zamknąć mi tego. No. O, teraz będziesz tu miała na tej.
to ci tam.
No tak. No to są te, co na tłuszcza, popłyną, ale to muszę otworzyć. Tylko gdzie to teraz?
W komputerze, jak wejdziesz mam i tam model powinien być pendrive tu.
O, tu jest. Jest ZD. Pendrive. Dobra. No i tu masz swoje. Na ten.
Czekaj, i teraz. I to, co.
Zamknij. Bo to jest
Dobra.
pendrive, nie?
Mhm.
I teraz tu ono było w tym.
No i gdzie to było?
O, weź sobie, a to nie?
Presentation, to nie?
No i teraz tu jest. Już miałam wszystko. No i czas.
No.
Ale wiecie, ci.
Jaka piękna.
No,
Dobrze, to już to mówię.
to biorę.
Dobrze, dziękuję Ci
Jest
bardzo.
taki wiesz.
No,
Bardzo
powiem ci,
przydatny.
Właśnie muszę sobie kupić ten pendrive, żeby był na USB-C i
A długo mi to zeszło? Gdzie tu się stwierdzi? 15 minut.
Tutaj powiedziała, tak i ten. Żona to pani mówiła. No i nie, ja do niego dzwonię. Nie, powiedziała, że dzwoni. To samo, powiedziała, że dzwoni. To zabuli. To dzwoni, no. A to nie, tak, ja się sobie przypomnę. Stamy też przypomnę. No. Jeszcze na coffee breaka. Nie, nie szedłbym na coffee breaka, tylko bym... Szedłbym na coffee breaka. Nie szedłbym na coffee breaka, tylko... Tylko się pan, idziemy tam. Idziemy się spać. Okej. Tak, tak zrobimy, no. To co ty chcesz robić teraz? Do pokoju podejść. Tak? Mhm. A po co? Do skorzystać z toalety. Fajnie łapę ten mikrofon. Się transmituje cały czas. No. Halo, halo. Tak, no przerwa się zaczęła, teraz już wszyscy poszli na tego coffee breaka, a my tu był ten. No, ale my tu poczekamy na spokojnie, bo my nie musimy na tego coffee breaka iść, bo... Jaki jest pan podani? To na spokojnie, proszę się nie śpieszyć. Nie ma za co do... No, Ja myślę, że na serio mamy tu występować. Teraz?
Ja będę laptopa czytał.
Ale tak serio myślisz, że my mamy teraz...
Nie, myślę, że
Na tym
nie.
panelu
Nie,
występować?
myślę, że ugadamy. Co byśmy mieli powiedzieć? Przecież nic nie mamy przygotowanego. Jak nic nie mamy, to nie przedstawimy. Po prostu. Co byśmy mieli stare powiedzieć? No nie polecimy w żaden żywioł. Jutro sobie przeprezentujemy na spokojnie. I powiem tak. Ja jestem specjalistą czytania z kartki i potrafiłbym ci coraz lepiej to wyartykułować niż to pan. Ale nie spodziewałem się, znaczy nie sądziłem, że mam tak tak ciekawe w ogóle swoją drogą. Mówię, kurde, jaka prezentacja.
Jest w sumie ciekawa i...
Bardzo fajnie. Kurczę, jakby naprawdę nie potrzebuję dużo czasu, żeby się do niej przygotować, tylko faktycznie pozmieniać dane na aktualny rok. Ale preska jest naprawdę jest przyzwoita. Social dimension of the energy transition between the need for change and responsibility for people. Human at the center of change, the scale of the process, employment in the hard coal mining sector in Poland, production of hard coal, social and emotional challenges, zatrudnienie na Śląsku pod względem górnictwa, złoża oraz kopalnie węgla kamiennego w Zagłębiu Górnośląskim. Fajnie. To ja muszę tak, już wysłałem czatowi, żeby mi to pozmieniał na angielski w ogóle, te slajdy, ale one też są już chyba nieaktualne. Ja to z jakichś tych artykułów brałem, ja nie pamiętam z czego to było.
No też tak.
Jak się tak naczytałem, wtedy pamiętam i jest. Ale fajna prezentacja. Stricte o Kato, o naszym regionie, do Chatów Jaworzno. Just Transition Fund Allocation for Poland. Nic nie widać na tym, okej. 24 rok było. No. Trzeba było do tego siąść dzisiaj wieczorem, ale no kurczę. No też sobie trochę tutaj wiesz. Nie
No, też muszę wieczorem się do tego, ale...
kolacja jeszcze jest. I co, gdzie jest Kodonik?
Nie wiem.
Dobra, jedę do toalety, to gdzieś ją znajdę. Zaraz wrócę, dobra?
Spoko, ale tak.
To się zaraz zacznie następny panel.
A co nie chcesz?
Przeszliczyła, gdzie pan tyle też.
Chodź, że planujemy na tym, na audyt rzeczy. I ewentualnie gdzie mówię, mamy zabrać. Halo, halo? Na Audi. Tak. Jest to się dynamicznie dużo rzeczy dzieje. W sensie chodzi na Audi. Tak.
Nie mam mojego
I
procesu.
co? W związku z tym.
Dobra.
Dobra, okej.
Gdzie masz ten? Dobra, czym to jest?
Ja pani pomogę zanieść, tylko... A gdzie pani w końcu użytkuje?
U mnie, w Koledzie Boromał. I to dla nas jest za daleko.
A gdzie to jest?
Koledzie Boromał jest... Ja wiem, gdzie, bo ja tam mieszkam. Więc ludzi.
A to dalej?
Ja wiem, 9 minut. 10.
Ludzi, nie pójdziemy.
5 minut. A to jest jeszcze koniec? Jest koniec?
No właśnie, ja kompletnie nie wiem. W planie jest w ogóle na mnie
Wczoraj, jak byście zaczęli. No, pani prezes powiedziała, że macie do niej przyjechać. Ja widziałam ten doskonale.
No,
I mam trójkę. To myślę, dobry temat. To co to jest?
My się dowiedzieliśmy wczoraj czy przedwczoraj, że niedługo występować mamy.
A,
No i to pana Pedaliego. A ten drugi to nie wiem.
to nie jest. No idziemy. I co?
No i nie wiemy, bo my nie wiemy, bo w planie jest wpisany jakiś student na 18:10 czy coś.
No więc
Nie wiem, czy na wspólny gdzieś teraz wypowiedzieć. A nie wiem, czy występujemy. No, nam ustało się też treści.
Byliśmy tam, wróciliśmy się, Michał był z daną szefową i mówili te. No, masz czemu ja?
Bo ja tam idę.
Gdzie idziesz? A to jest twoje?
Tak.
No to będziemy tam?
Nie będziemy.
To idziemy do baru, co?
Wiesz, to co?
Tak,
Został.
to zostawiamy tutaj.
A. Your minister one. Ah, your thing. I have a little bit of but this is the non-professional. I know. I mean, it works. And I believe it for 1 hour. And I will say this one more of like an hour or that for
Finito?
Peter, we have a coffee break.
Ah, coffee break.
Yeah,
What is that? Coffee?
I don't know.
Nice.
Zwracamy ten na
Il primo forse ero io.
Ok,
Il primo ero io, forse.
Scusa?
Il primo a parlare ero io.
Sì, facciamo così perché questi altri, ce ne sono altri che non è questo, non adesso qui c'è questo. Mark Designer, qui ci mancano uno, però la facciamo parlare adesso, ok? La facciamo parlare adesso e dopo vediamo.
Quando è meglio?
Tomek?
Yes.
Czy ten pan...
Sì, sì.
Czyli... A, gdzie jest Dorotka? Dorotka! Dorotka, ty masz numer spisany, nie ma, bo nie wiem. Pan z nimi, jeżeli będą 3 godziny bo o tym nie, on będzie było daje mi, ona wie, ten nas wykiera. Ja chcę sobie powiedzieć. Więc jeśli bardzo będzie, ona zgodzona, to będzie kiedyś się Dobra, nie wiem, co się stało z tym Rudzie, bo on tak się cieszył. On się tak cieszył, że będzie, żeby nie cieszył się, no nie wiem. Może mu się pomyliło po prostu. Dobrze.
Okay.
Guys, thank you very much for coming back. Well, it's always, everybody said to me, never set up coffee break in the afternoon session because people disappear. So it was maybe not a good idea, but I'm extremely grateful to Professor Salvini, Andrea Salvini, just not to mix up with some other political figures of the same name, who is a scientist. He is from the Department of Engineering. Am I right?
No, I'm a chemist, but
Scientist was a good. And he's going to talk about energy, well-being, and nuclear fusion, exploring options and challenges for a sustainable future. Because sustainable future is our title. So you absolutely, so you're very much in line with our program. So thank you very much. The floor is yours.
okay, thank you. It's really wide, the subject of
Yes,
the title, but will be just an overview on this point for the discussion. Okay?
Yes.
Because I hope that the discussion will be really full of questions and so on. And I will touch each subject, but first of all, I want to define in some way sustainable future, because it's really used the word sustainable, but the meaning sometimes is not so clear for everyone. And from my point of view, when we spoke about energy, sustainable future means that should be acceptable from the impact on the environment. In not only the carbonization, there are other problems connected to the release of the pollution and so on. So is something that should consider all the impact on the environment and not just the carbonization. Social sustainability for me is that it should be available for everyone in every part of the world. Okay. And economic sustainability, it's more easy, but it should be available, the energy at a price that can support also our national industry. Okay, should be effort by the national program. A sustainable future, thinking about energy, is also really depending about the geopolitics. Should be the primary source of the energy should be available also from regions that are not in this moment. Okay, they should be available for regions stable, and not from regions that are not in this moment stable. And is not really connected, but I think should, is the concept of the absent of the local community that will have an NPP, for example, a nuclear power plant in its territory. So I think is sustainable is all these pillars together that should be respected. I will do really a fast overview. I'm sorry if you already know or if you already spoke about this, but we are a lot of people in the world, more than 8 billion, and everyone needs energy. Okay? And in the world, the 20% is used as electricity. The energy is from electricity. Almost 9% come from the nuclear part. So that is the state of the art of the world in 2024. What I will also remark is that energy in the shape of electricity is only one part, and the program that are make project for the future is to increase the production really from the production from the future that will reach by 2050 more in the lower case the 50% of more than the actual production, or almost 3 times in the other case of the production. So we have to make an increase of production of energy like electrical energy, trying to find the right mixture that will guarantee the respect of the decarbonization in the future. So that it's for the technical point of view, for the operator point of view, the goal. Just for see which are the possibilities in this moment available and the impact that we have about the production of the dioxide carbonates. We see that the fossil energy is the worst case every time. The renewable energy and nuclear energy are equal from this point of view. But if we see, for example, the footprint for each kind of energy sources, we see, for example, that solar needs really a lot of land and territory, where the fossil and nuclear are from this point of view, really in advantage. So that is a consideration that has also an impact on the environment and should be considered together to the other. Another overview is about which is the situation of the production and the exchange of electricity, nuclear power in the world. And okay, France is at the top of this classification, we can say, but there are also some other countries many times named as example, like the Spain, and many times they say, okay, they have a really low cost of the energy, but yes, they have also a lot of renewable energy, but they have also nuclear. So that it's a point that sometimes is forget. Another information important for the geopolitical situation, for example, is the nuclear fields can take an advantage for have furnished from, for example, Canada and Australia, that are different countries from the fossil point of view. So that could be an advantage. But in any case, many times the discussion is, okay, I prefer renewable or I prefer nuclear. That is not the discussion from my point of view. For the point of view of someone that operates a reactor, the discussion is not between renewable and nuclear, but renewable with which other source of energy, okay? So if we look to the price, for example, for each kind of source of energy production, okay, for the production with the renewable itself without storage are really cheap. We agree on that. After that, nuclear is considered one of the cheapest solution, and then the other. The problem is that you have to have a mixture. You can't have only renewable, okay? And the final price is at the end the price of the more expensive sources that you have in an exchange. You can try to use some storage system for raise the capacity of the renewable, but that has an impact on the cost. And at the end, usually when in the discussion, when the people try to inform the public, every time as there is this dualism between renewable and nuclear. What I think should be more communicate to the people, to the population, is that is not the discussion. The discussion is between fossil and nuclear. Okay. And all the energy sources have the problem of that segment. It's not only a problem of the nuclear or other kind of sources. It's a problem of communication with the local community that we lost the future plant. Because also for the solar, yes, we can consider to use private production on the proper house, but if you want a really production with solar, you need wide surface, you need wide installation, and that have an impact on, for example, the countrysides and the view that the people have. And usually there is more people that in this moment are against also other kind of this kind of installation, especially in Italy, where you have not really free space. You have a high density of population or not really space or park where you can't really install this kind of facility. So it's a problem that should be faced for all kind of energy source. Because many times is applied this concept, not in my backyard. That is what's happened many times for any kind of installation, from wind to solar and so on. So that it's one of the problems that here in Italy, sure, we will have to face also for one come back to the nuclear activity. For a general overview of the situation of the nuclear power production, we have in the world more than 400 nuclear power reactors, and there are new projects, 62 reactors in project, and 6 were connected to the grid in 2024. So is a process that is not stopped around the world, but is an evolution. And in the discussion about why many reactors are in extended life or want to be extended life, is just from the operator point of view is more convenient than a new project. Is more cheap and also is well known the cost, and there is not so much question about it as a new project. So that is why many times around the world the operators choose an extended operation of their own reactor. If we have a look on Italy, we said that okay, we have a little bit less than 20% of renewable. The other are natural gas and oil production, and we import the 80% of the energy. Really, we are really dependent to the import from a foreign country from this point of view. Another information that I think is important to understand for population in general in the moment of the divulgation is that we have to increase the production energy also for cover the other needing, for example, for the energy, for the transportation and the residential one, changing the system. Okay, so we have to change the system that in this moment is in place. Arriving to the option that we have in this moment, we can use the classification of the International Generation 4 Forum, and what is available now on the market is the Generation 2 reactor that are an improvement of the present reactor from many points of view. From they are more safe from the design point of view. They have more considered the protection of the environment also in case of an emergency. And that is already an increase from the generation now in operation. The real change will be with the Generation 4 that is not present in this moment, is not available in the market, is under development, and the design and the availability will be we foreseen that will be in 2030, from the 2030 and over. And in this kind of reactor, there are concepts for some way already present in Generation 3, but rise from this point of view that consider closing fuel cycle, so the capability to reuse the spent fuel, to enhance the proliferation resistance. That is really important also in consideration of its geopolitical situation, and the introduction and the evolution of all the inert system and system that make the reactor safe by itself, okay, without any external composition, but by design. One choice that in the future will be available is the availability of the small modular reactors. These reactors are designed for being integrated in an energy system together with renewable near the place where the energy is needed. And for the moment, the project that will arrive at the beginning will be still of third generation. And it is important for this point of view that the part of authorization and the part due to the regulatory body work will be standardized in each country, because one of the goals of this kind of project is to have a modular reactor standard for every country in every place. But that means that also the legal framework and the regulatory framework should be the same. Otherwise, you can't really use the same documentation, for example, for the authorization. And that will be a challenge from this point of view. And a future perspective are the advanced modular reactor. This reactor will be Generation 4, so with all the increase on the safety that I mentioned. They are new projects, and they have the capability to reuse the fuel from the Generation 3. That it's really an advance. also for the waste management of the present reactor. So it's really a really good perspective for the future from this point of view. But this kind of reactor will be available by 2050, not before. Now I will give you first overview about what is present in Italy. In Italy, we have what remained from our nuclear power plant. And we have, for example, the 4 sites where was installed the NPPs, but also all the full cycle, the sites are still present, are in the commissioning, but are present. In the red, bright in red are the sites where there are reactors authorized for the operation. And still we have 5 reactors in 3 sites authorized for the operation. Our research reactor, our nuclear research reactor, because when I spoken about the title, it's not only the energy. When the nuclear science is not only energy, and the well-being for the population is not only the production of energy. There are many other things connected to the nuclear science. And for example, in Italy, this kind of activity are still maintained. One example is the one in Pavia. In Pavia, we have what we call a nuclear pole, that where there are different installation. The main one is a trigger type reactor, 250 kilowatt research reactor, as once a critical assembly, and other laboratory dedicated to the environmental measurement and pollution of the reactor. Okay. So when I think about well-being for people, for example, the nuclear science are really important. The nuclear research reactor are really important in medicine. So research reactors are important for develop new medical treatment or diagnostic. That it's an example of what also can do a little reactor like the one in Pavia. We just make the production of the Silver 111 as develop of new radioisotope for medical purpose, and it's possible to test this kind of production then in with the imaging system, helping the research group for developing the new therapy. There are other radioisotope with the production done in a research reactor like the Holmio 66 that we do in Pavia, or the copper 64. So many diagnostic and therapy take advantage of the research reactor, together with, for example, the 10X99M that is used in the SPECT diagnostic. Then there are also therapy directly applied with neutron, with the research reactor. An example is the BNCT, developed here in Pavia some years ago. And this part of nuclear science really depending on the know-how that a country is able to maintain, also without an energy program that involves nuclear reactor. If Italy will come back to operate research reactor, the needing of new people in this field, it's really mandatory. And again, the research reactor are really an important issue, an important facility for sure to students what is a reactor. And for example, there are platforms that help the exchange of students, like the one that the European Nuclear Experiment Educational Platform, ENEP, where it's possible for the student to have a different experience and see different kind of reactor with different behavior and characteristics. They can see, and for example, I told you I'm a radiochemist, so for us it's important also to show to the students what is behind the preparation of a fuel, or what is behind our treatment of spent fuel, or what is important as monitoring of a nuclear site. That is part of a nuclear program. And you can have in a installation like a research reactor experiment of the safety of the reactor, where the student can learn more about how is operate a reactor. They can learn the use of the reactor for other purposes that are not only energy, and some school could be dedicated to the environmental survey around the nuclear site. In the other hand, if a country wants to be independent from the preparation of its future operator and supervisor, a facility like a research reactor is needed. And when it's not available, for example, there is a network of research reactors that can help from this point of view, like we have done with our colleague, our Turkish colleague. It's also important facility to maintain facility like a research reactor for the spread of nuclear culture, especially if you consider the acceptance of the local community. It's important that the communication could be done for a third part, not directly the operation of the plant. Okay, should be independent from this point of view. It can be a way to explain to the population that could be safe area. And then there are other connected science or application like in cultural heritage. Nuclear could be used for cultural heritage. We can, for example, make tomography of, that is an example of some artifacts important for, historical important without any damage of the artifacts, and we can acquire information for his maintenance. For example, I can mention the activity that we have now in an historical music instrument, damaged by some insect, repair with deposit resin, but now the deposit resin is moving and itself is making some damage. So nuclear technique really can investigate this kind of artifacts and can give us many information without damage on the instrument. So that's just for give you an overview on what is present in Italy, what is connected to the well-being of and the science in Italy, but everywhere in the world, that many times, unfortunately, the nuclear is just seen as a source of energy, but it's not only a source of energy. There is really much more about that. So
Thank you.
that
so
is
much.
another perspective.
Yes. Really different perspective, but this is very interdisciplinary conference, and we wanted to have different angles.
Okay.
So we are
Thank you.
very, very grateful for this. Elias, not Elias, Elias, are you there? Where is the, are we?
Yes, is it possible I can just share my screen from here?
Yes, excellent, because as I told you that I hear in Aula, I cannot share, yes. Excellent. What happened? What happened? What happened?
Nothing.
What happened? You here, but we.
Yeah, I'm
what
just trying to.
happened? But we have the problem with the screen. One second. Who could call technicians?
It's on, yeah.
Yeah, but why it's not? What's the problem? So this is what happens always in this hour. 1 second. So what shall we do?
Where is the technician?
Well, 2 kilometers from here, so it takes me 15 minutes to get him.
I will go. Maybe.
Yes, but
Can I start? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, one moment, because we have a problem with the screen. And we will start soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
But can you share your slides?
Okay, yeah, I will share my slide.
Why not playing the
May have to text projects on when the first render plus P and that's on that also the city display.
Elias, do your speech. One more second. Can you?
Yes.
Yeah, so one small second. Elias, because we don't have, something happened with the projector, so we don't see you. Look, the projector is white. So the technician is coming. In the meantime, I have a student who is here. She is giving 4 minutes presentation. I promise you, because we need to see you. I only need who sees you. Look, something happened. The technician is coming. So in the meantime, not to lose too much time, we need to award our students. Che cosa dobbiamo fare?
Lo vediamo.
Perché maybe
No, ci sono messo un telecomando. Sì.
Bravissimo Salvatore, ma che cosa è successo? Bravissimo, non c'è, non possiamo.
Vediamo.
Bravissimo, non può andare a casa, la invito a cena, va bene?
Ma sicuramente.
No, c'è la gente, adesso. Ma che cosa?
Deve stare su duplica.
Ah.
Se dovesse succedere di nuovo è Windows B.
Windows B.
Esatto.
Ci lascia un numero di telefono.
Certo.
Ci lasci.
Arrivederci.
Grazie. Elias, okay, we have yes, but
Yeah, okay.
see, yes, we see. Right. So can I introduce you? So Elias is an economist. He's getting very famous. Originally, he's from Ghana, if I'm right, but
Yes,
he's
that's
getting very famous. He finished last. On checkout. Right. So Elias is from Florence School of Regulation, and right, he's originally from Ghana, and he's going to talk a little bit about Africa. Elias, please, if you could really be within this 15 minutes, because we have another speaker who is just waiting, and he's extremely busy, and he handles the global energy market in his hands, so we cannot keep him for too long. So can we do this 15 minutes? And Mr. Grzegorz in 15 minutes, is that okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but Elias is waiting already 40 minutes for the stop. We are a little bit outside of schedule, so let's do it. So Elias is originally from Ghana, but now he was in Paris, then he was in Florence, he's again in Paris. So I think that you start becoming French, Elias. Right. So let's concentrate. I'm really grateful because I was a little bit nagging with this presentation. So Elliot, stay within 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And I appreciate the opportunity to share the perspective of Africa when it comes to the just transition and also the strategic role of nuclear energy. So I'll try to be really fast given the time slot that we have. So okay, good. So now I would like to highlight that Africa's transition or energy transition challenge is fundamentally different from that of Europe or North America or other developed countries. And this is really important, especially when we are discussing the role of nuclear, because we need to understand first the energy reality of Africa, or the reality of Africa's energy system or the energy sector. So around 600 million people still lack access to electricity, while transmission losses across many systems remain extremely high, averaging around 15%. Demand from mining, manufacturing, urbanization, cooling, and industrial development are increasing rapidly. And in order to meet this demand, many companies continue to rely on expensive generation and backup diesel plants because grid reliability remains low. This situation is even worsened by the constrained public finances and declining development finance flow, which limits the government's ability to expand and invest in the energy infrastructure. The problem is therefore access to a reliable electricity capable of supporting industrial growth. That is why the discussion around Africa's energy transition includes a firm, stable, and low carbon power production. The central issue is how can Africa build an energy system that not only support the clean energy transition, but is also reliable enough to support the industrialization and the economic transformation that the continent actually needs. And to also provide further background, this slide actually captures the central paradox of Africa's energy transition, especially as we are talking about nuclear energy. Africa holds significant share of the global uranium production, yet nuclear energy contributes less than 1% of the continent's electricity generation mix. And that is only the example from South Africa, which is about, I think it's around 5 megawatt plant, or maybe contribute only 5% to the generation mix over there in South Africa. So at the same time, the system, most of the systems, the energy infrastructure or the energy system in Africa rely or remain heavily on fossil fuel plants, particularly gas and coal. The imbalance is not only just the energy infrastructure itself, it's also geographic as well, because South Africa and North Africa contributes or account for only 20% of the global the continental population, yet they account for the whole 65% of the total installed capacity in Africa. So the challenge is a combination of an even infrastructure, fossil fuel dependence, and limited reliable baseload power across much of the continent. This is the context in which nuclear energy is re-emerging as a strategic question within Africa's long-term industrial and low-carbon transition. So what Africa really needs? So to put this in the proper perspective, we need to understand that Africa contributes only a small share to the global energy consumption, and also about less than 3% to the global energy, global emissions, especially from the energy sector. And I know that according to the IEA's own estimate, even Africa were to develop all its global fossil fuel plants to meet its current needs, it will still be below around 3.5% of the global emission. So the key priority is therefore not simply decarbonization. The priority is affordable. Sorry, just a moment. The priority is affordable, low carbon electricity capable of supporting the industrial growth and improving the living standard of the people. This is why any large-scale low carbon energy pathway must first pass 5 binding conditions. So irrespective of whether it's nuclear, renewable, or any other developed low carbon energy plant or project or technology must first pass these conditions: energy access, tariff affordability, debt sustainability, and responsible end of life financing or management. And also another important issue that has been discussed throughout today's conversation is the local content development. And this is also another important aspect that any project in Africa must be able to address as part of the global, as part of the continental development or industrialization project. So here, this comparison just highlights an important point. No single technology solves Africa's energy challenge on its own. Nuclear energy performs strongly on reliability, low carbon generation, industrial applications such as process heat and desalination, but is lower to deploy and places a high financial burden places a very high financial, a very high burden on the financial structure of most of the African countries because of the constrained budget challenge that I highlighted from the beginning. Renewable energy are strong and fast and increasingly cost competitive, but their effectiveness depends heavily on transmission, balancing capacity, and grid stability. Geothermal is attractive where resources exist, especially in Kenya, while gas continue to play the reliability role and also particularly for industry and system flexibility. The real challenge is building a right portfolio mix for each country's industrial structure and grid condition, financial capacity, and development priorities. So this is just how nuclear energy compares with the other technology, especially when we are discussing its strategic role in Africa's energy portfolio. Here I will just summarize the strategic value of nuclear energy and the conditions that limit its deployment in Africa. The strategic case is very clear. Nuclear energy provides stable, dispatchable, low carbon power, supports industrial heat and desalination, reduces exposure to fossil fuel volatility, and offers a very long lifetime for long-term planning. So especially given the Africa's Agenda 2060 and also the single electricity market, these are long-term projects where nuclear can play a significant role. However, its challenges or constraints are also very significant. Nuclear projects require very high upfront capital, especially around $5,000 for existing projects and $9,000 per kilowatt hour per kilowatt for new or entrant projects. And also according to the IEA, in order for this nuclear to be very competitive, then this cost must be around $2,000 to $3,000 per kilowatt hour. And then we are per kilowatt, sorry. And then we are talking about Africa, where I highlighted the sovereign balance sheet risk issue for Africa. So it means that in order for Africa to pursue nuclear as a stable objective, then the financing is extremely important for most of the countries in Africa. So the key point here is nuclear should not be evaluated only on electricity cost. It must be evaluated as a whole system at the whole system level: reliability, industrial needs, financing capability, and the institutional readiness in terms of the regulatory frameworks that are in place, and also the financing frameworks that are in place. So these are some of the conditions and that constitute the framework within the nuclear projects, or any country in Africa that is aspiring for nuclear project must begin to evaluate the nuclear potentials in their energy portfolio. Now, this framework reflect the central conclusion of the study. Basically, Africa is not institutionally and economically uniform. So a single nuclear strategy is not credible. The first group, Egypt and South Africa, are already operating within the nuclear domain. So their challenge is execution, financing discipline, and long-term governance. The second group, including Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Rwanda, are conditional entrants. The key message here is that these countries should not rush into procurement of nuclear reactors and the rest before grid readiness, financing structures, regulatory capacity, and public acceptance are in place. The third group, Morocco and Algeria, may maintain nuclear ambitions for the long term, particularly for desalinations and industrial decarbonization. But the near-term priorities remain grid stability, renewable energy, and storage integration. So a differentiated policy is the credible pathway for Africa, not a one-size-fits-all policy for the whole continent. And also in this case, Africa could also consider maybe on the regional blocks as well and see what policy could fit the regional blocks, given the interregional trade or the cross-border trade that is currently being developed, especially the West African Power Pool, the Eastern African Power Pool, and also the Southern African Power Pool. So these are also regional blocks create the incentive within which the nuclear portfolio can also be discussed, whether to opt for a main large-scale reactor or the pebble small modular reactors, which was discussed earlier in one of the presentations. So the first tier, now I'll just like to discuss briefly because I know I don't have time, so I may have to skip some of the slides. So the first tier includes countries already operating inside the nuclear domain. Egypt represents the largest new build project and will become the continent's key case for the cost, especially as a framework that other countries will be looking at too, especially when it comes to the cost, the financing, and also the risks that are associated to that. South Africa represents a very different pathway, basically preserving existing low carbon based load through its life extension project. And the core policy question here is how to govern nuclear projects responsibly, sustainably, without undermining the wider and energy transition priorities, especially for the countries within the first tier. Now, for the countries within the second tier, these countries are serious about nuclear readiness. But the key message is infrastructure before procurement. Ghana is institutionally advanced. Kenya has strong renewable and geothermal foundations. So maybe nuclear might not be the near-term objective. It could be maybe ensuring how they can leverage the existing natural resources that they have and expand the grid, and also in order to, of course, already they are on the pathway to achieving the universal access by 2030. So this is also an opportunity or a call for them to see how they can continue to expand their grid and also see how renewable energy can play a very reliable part of that transition. For Nigeria, the economy is growing at a very fast pace, and also the demand is increasing as well. So they may also might have to consider maybe the small reactors, the small modular reactors, which again, I don't want to talk much about here because it has already been explained how efficient they are, how reliable they are, how flexible they are in terms of how you can send it to a specific location where the demand is very high and then begin to expand it depending on how the demand also evolves. So these are possible pathways for these countries, especially Ghana, Nigeria, and Rwanda. So now we want to discuss the justice lens to the nuclear energy. A justice perspective of the nuclear transition changes, a justice perspective of the energy transition changes the nuclear debate in three important ways. First, the goal is reliable, affordable energy service that actually reach the people and the industry. Because as I highlighted earlier, about 50% of the energy is lost through transmission or distribution losses. So the goal must be reliable service, reliable energy for the people. The second asks the question about who carries the financial burden and who captures the economic benefit. Large nuclear projects can create long-term debt exposure for the various countries. And if they are not embedded within the broader industrial strategy, then there may be a situation where most of the costs can be passed on to maybe future generations. That might also raise issues about the justice lens of the nuclear energy financing. So this must also be something that must be discussed before the countries begin to enter into procurement of the energy program. And very importantly, the third is the waste management, decommissioning, and safety are not just technical afterthoughts, because these are stuff that must be incorporated into the design phase from the beginning, as they are as they are part of the social contract for any nuclear project. And again, this could also, if not done well, could also raise the situation where nuclear projects could be embarked on, and then a future generation would have to come and pay for the decommissioning and then the waste management issues, which again might not be fit well into the justice lens of the energy transition. So the financing path, basically here we just want to highlight, especially the possible financing pathway for Africa. Looking at Egypt, what are some of the lessons, or what are some of the potential challenges that other countries could begin to discuss or look at? So first, the financing model are not neutral. Each financing pathway distributes the risk and the benefits differently. State-backed export loans can make large projects possible, but may create long-term debt exposure and geopolitical dependence, especially in the case of Egypt. So they are adopting this kind of financing approach, and these are the strength or the opportunities that it offers them. However, it also comes with some risk that must be mitigated or must be thought through thoroughly, as other African countries also want to embark on a similar approach. For South Africa, it's just a life extension program, and their program is one of the lowest risk. So I don't think that there's an issue with that. They are, especially when it comes to the small modular reactors. However, the challenge here with the small modular reactors is that, according to the IEA's own estimation, is that they are not commercially proven or viable at the moment, especially with issues regarding I just got a little bit distracted because of the time, sorry. But please, may I know how much time I have? I just have 2 more slides.
Well, it's one slide, but you were extremely well prepared, like always, Elias. But I see that our dirigent of ENEA is just looking at time. So please, just go into one slide. But excellent preparation.
Okay. So just one more slide. So yeah, I was just talking about the small reactors, and then how they are not proven in terms of the critical supply chains or the regulatory frameworks, as had already been discussed. But what I just want to add to that is that the United States, the French government, the UK, and the Canada are all supporting this kind of investment or this kind of technology. So it's actually driving that kind of momentum around this small modular reactors. So if African countries can also adopt a similar approach, I think that it could also ease the commercial viability around this project also very much well. And then the other financing means could also be the blended financing approach, and especially the World Bank has announced their release of I've forgotten the right word, but they've now allowed for countries to begin to explore the financing approach for nuclear again, especially in Africa. So their partnership with the IAE could also provide a very credible financing pathway for countries that are considering this approach. And also PPPs can also be another approach for African countries, especially when they are looking at the small modular reactors. But however, this must be grounded in transparency, safeguards, and then great development. So I think that I don't have time, but I just leave the recommendations on the screen, and then yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I thank you, and I know that I was nagging, and I wanted you to change the topic, and I want to fit into specific hours. So I'm really grateful, and I hope that you forgive me for this, and you will continue cooperating with me because although I'm difficult, you know, right? So thank you, Elias, but stay with us stay with us. But yes, they are nothing. Excellent. So I'm really grateful to our president once again, because Kinensky. Okay, Kinensky. So thank you so much. Sorry if I distorted somehow your name. I know that you try to be here. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. You prepared, but I think they have fun. But I see them tired. So I don't know if it's fun or they are tired. But pity that you couldn't join us. But the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor, and welcome everybody. I'm sorry for it, really sorry for this that I couldn't connect with you directly and meet with you on the Pavia. But I have a few slides only for the transitions, especially from Poland. But I have slides in this agenda. But of course, I will show very short the few first slides, especially about the drivers of transitions. It's very important for students, but I hope that's maybe for this group, for you, it's knowledge, daily knowledge. It's a very interesting chart. Why we should make the transition, energy transition, especially in Europe, in Poland, because when this is the 1850, from the 1850 to 2022, about the CO2 concentrations, and on the right, the average temperature change. And this is the horrible that we can change temperature after the industrial revolutions, 1.4 Celsius. That this is the extremely important reason of why we need now make the transition, energy transitions. That it's for the world and for the Europe. The main reason of the in the CO2 reason of the emissions and by sector, and of course the power and district heating is the leader of this, but transport is on the second place, and manufacturing and constructions on the third place. Of course, we made in this a lot of activities to cut these emissions, but these emissions still increasing. And the same is for the Europe, but not the same in the power and district heating, of course, because we made our transitions and we made our revolutions in this. But in the transport is still the horizon line, but for the building and for the manufacturing, we have the success, and we cut the emissions for the last 20 years. And of course, for the whole world, the leader of it is Asia. And China, of course, the second, on the third place is USA, and the rest of world. From the industry, fossil combustions and industry in the 2024 on the right chart is the color, dark color of it is it's a show the leader of emissions. And of course, negative our symptoms for the change of climate, and it's not, of course, new for you and for me, but a lot of people ask me why we should make the transitions now. And this is the history, how many different law regulations we made in Europe from the 1992 for the global climate cooperations foundations, from this to the European climate law in this year. And of course, we have the new goal for the 90% reductions by 2040. But for this history, we have the world agreement, like Paris Agreement, for example, in 2050, and we have the Paris Agreement was extremely important for this path, for this road. And of course, now all the world have the Paris Agreement and still are the thinking about the emissions reductions. Exclude the USA because they not signed and last time the reload from this agreement. And of course, you know, it's a political, not energetical reasons. And from the European Union, it's very important that we have to make transitions really. It's not our ambitions, it's really make transitions in Europe. And we have, of course, a lot of PV. It's yellow, and the blue is wind, and of course the hydro or nuclear power is the violet. That we have now the clean energy in the 66% in Europe in gross electricity generations by source. Of course, this is from the 1990 to 2024. But of course, we have the data from this year, and of course the future, what's happened probably when all the countries in Europe make to be make or will be make the transitions really. And of course, you know, the Fit for 55 that's and RED III. This is a few regulations what we have, and Poland is in progress of energy transition still, which brings challenges and opportunities, of course. It's not new, but it's still like in other countries, but we make transitions really now. And this is our chart from Poland, actual data from 25 to 2025 from Poland, whole sectors, energy sectors. And this is the electricity generation in Poland and forecast for this. And of course, it's not it's not all. We make a lot of different plans and start of building of nuclear and start of building a lot of gas it's this on this chart. And PV, of course, the last 5-6 years, it was extremely increasing, and wind. We built 2 on our shore, but now we start the building offshore, and for the next few years, it's big increasing on this chart of wind and reduction coal, fossil and hard coal. And of course, the lignite we have 2 in Poland that we closed step by step this, and of course hard coal we close step by step. To 2040, we think about the close all the productions of the plants and all the miners from for the hard cores. And of course, in 2035, 36, maybe 38, we start the productions from the nuclear. 3 reactors, 1000 megawatts each other, and it will be the for us a lot energy in the base for our energy systems, and of course for neighbors who deal with us on the interlines. This is our installed power capacity structure in Poland. That's now we have the renewables 50%. For the next few years, we will 58%, and for the 2040, we I hope it's my dream that we will have the 65.8, maybe 66 renewable capacity in our system. That's it's revolutions. It's not evolution. It's a transition by revolutions in Poland now. And of course, we're thinking about our district system because our biggest cities, a lot of cities in Poland, maybe the 100 cities have a heating system, central heating system in the pipes. We distribute the heat by water, and we have the heater and heat water for this. And of course, now, like you have on the chart in 2025, we have a lot of coal and lignite in this, and natural gas in this, but we have too low part of the heat pumps and energy to heat, and we're thinking about it, and still rebuilding the source by source in the cities to of course reduce the fossils. And this is the biggest Poland energy holdings, energy groups. And this is the strategy each other. Enea, I am the CEO, Enea, PGE from Warsaw, Tauron from Katowice in Poland, Energa from Gdańsk, and Polenergia for whole of Poland. And we have the 5 different groups, but each other thinking about the renewables, thinking about the green, thinking about and still building the green sources and reduction of the fossils. How much will be the cost of this transition in Poland. To 2040, we spent 1.7 thousand billion Polish zlotych is a trillion, maybe half of trillion dollars for this. And of course, it will be the spent for sector transformations, nuclear unit, renewables and storage of energy, and of course, modernizations, transitions, and distribution grids. And my company, Enea, it's a vice leader in electricity generation in Poland. We have a lot of winds, of photovoltaics, but we have still two, the biggest in Europe, the hard coal power plants. And we're thinking about the rebuild this for the green, for biomass partly, and gas on the CCGT technology. It's our strategy. We spend 100 billion Polish zlotych in our strategy. We have, of course, the coal assets transformations, RES capacity and energy storage, distribution grid, security and expansions, and new dimensions for customers, and operational excellence, of course, for our costs. And it's maybe not the two details for today, but energy security, we think about our system security for whole Poland. We are the big player in the Poland, and we have the 1.30 gigawatts gross capacity in the two new CCGT blocks in our one of localizations. Now we start with this building and physically on our plant, and we can end this 2029. It's our feature from the Enea. We have the 25% of mining share in Poland, generations 6 gigawatts, and 2.8 million customers, and we deliver in 3/4 last year, for example, the near to the 15 terawatt hours for customer. And of course, we have our policy for ESG, and we're thinking about the ESG helps us for to be the modern groups, but the most important is that the ESG give us the chance to be a corporations who thinking about the green in the future. Thank you for today, and it's all from my side. It's my email if you want to contact with me, or you have any questions. I'm still here.
They are extremely clapping here. I don't know if you can hear this, because they are clapping, they are applauding your presentation. And I thank you so much. Thank you for waiting as well, because you had to wait and you don't have time today. So I'm extremely grateful. I only regret that you couldn't come. It's quite hectic, they would say, but I'm sure that they enjoy to a certain extent. True or not? So I think that they enjoyed the weather improved, because the first day was really 10 degrees and something, but now it's 27 on my computer. So it's getting better, and every day is just bringing something new and something outstanding. So I'm really grateful, regretting that you couldn't be with us and you couldn't enjoy, because now we are going to have a great food. Not yet, but in 20 minutes, we are going to enjoy some other parts of Pavia. So thank you, but I hope that next time you would be able to come and nothing
I hope.
and we won't find any obstacles to this event. So thank you so much
Thank
again.
you, professors.
Thank you so much. If you would like, where is my person who really helped me with this conference on the Polish side, Dorota Benduch. I'm really grateful to her as well, because I'm grateful to her because she really helped. So the floor is yours.
Thank you.
You need to.
The presentation.
One second. I think Elmas is going to sort out some problems. Do we have?
We don't have your presentation.
Yes. We have? She uploaded. Okay. 15 minut.
Postaram się. This one. This one.
Ladies and gentlemen, so I'd like to start my presentation. At the beginning, I would like to thank a lot for invitation, and I'm very grateful to be here. And at the beginning, I would like to say my title, that is Digital Twin as Determinings of Clean and Safe Nuclear Energy. The topic connects the three important areas: the energy transition, digital transformation, and nuclear safety. The main point today is that digital twin are not only technical tools in the nuclear sector. They may become instrumental of safety, transparency, compliance, and public trust. I'd like to explain how digital twins can support cleaner operation, safer decisions, better emergency preparedness, and stronger governance in nuclear energy. First, I would say why I choose this topic. The starting point is the present energy situation in Europe and globally. The energy transition is not only about climate goals, it's also about security, resilience, and the ability to provide stable electricity. Nuclear energy is again part of the debate because it can deliver low carbon power in a stable way. But nuclear energy is also critical infrastructure, so it must be managed with a very high level of safety and trust. And digitalization changes the context. It allows operators and regulators to observe a system more closely, test scenarios, and document decisions. This is why digital twins are important. They can connect plant operation, safety check, and regulatory evidence in one environment. This is especially important because of society's expert nuclear energy to be not only low carbon, but also carefully controlled. Digital twins are already used in different parts of the energy sectors. They support monitoring, planning, simulation, and maintenance. In power networks, for example, they can help operators understand the state of the grid and test what may happen under different conditions. In nuclear energy, the same basic logic can be used, but the requirements are much stricter. A nuclear digital twin can't be only fast or efficient. It must also be valid, documented, secure, and understandable for human experts. The purpose isn't to replace operators or regulators. The purpose is to give them better information, better scenarios, and better evidence for decision. So that nuclear case isn't a different war in the same digital transition, but with much higher responsibility. And what is a nuclear digital twin? A nuclear digital twin can be described as a dynamic digital model connected to a real plant system or components. It's not a simple picture on a screen. It's a model that uses plant data, physics-based knowledge, analytics, and human inference. It can follow the behavior of equipment, compare expected and actual performance, that tests what-if scenarios in a safe virtual environment. This is very important in the nuclear sector because many scenarios can be tested directly on real equipment. The twin becomes a control decision environment. It helps people understand the system before they act in the physical world. This is also explained that what the qualifier of a model and the quality of the data are central in the whole discussion. The central thesis is that digital twins can help nuclear energy becomes clearer, safer, and more legitimate. Clean operator is supported when a plant works efficiently and with fewer unplanned disruption. Safe operation is supported when risks are detected earlier and scenarios are tested before a crisis. Legitimacy is supported when decisions are transparent, traceable, and easier to explain. For that reason, a digital twin shouldn't be treated only as an engineering product. It should be seen as an infrastructure of trust. It connects technical operations with regulation, documentation, and public confidence. The same technology can therefore have an engineering function, a legal function, and a communication function. The value of digital twin can appear across the whole life cycle of a nuclear facility. During design, it can help compare technical options and test the assumption before construction starts. During licensing, it can support the safety case with structures and traceable evidence. During construction and commissioning, it can help monitor progress and test procedure. During operation, it supports maintenance, performs control and training. And finally, during the commissioning, it can help plan complex work and manage historical knowledge about the plant. This life cycle views is important because nuclear projects are long-term projects, and digital twin can keep knowledge connect over many decades. This long perspective make continuity of information and institutional memory very valuable. Nuclear energy is often called clean because it produces very low direct carbon emissions during electricity generation. However, clean energy means something more practical. It means stable operation, efficient use of resources, fewer unplanned shutdowns, and good environmental control. Digital twin can support these goals. It can show that when a component starts to work less efficiently, it can help plan maintenance before problems become seriously, it can also provide evidence about performance and environment management. So the digital twin doesn't make nuclear energy automatically clean. It helps to manage and prove clean operation in a systematic way. In other words, cleanliness isn't only an environmental label. It's also an operational standard. Nuclear power plants operate for a long time. Sometimes units work for decades and may operate beyond the first plant lifetime. This makes aging management very important. Components are affected by heat, pressure, vibration, water chemistry, and radiation. A digital twin can compare normal behavior with current behavior and detect small changes over time. This supports predictive maintenance. Instead of waiting for failure, the operator can plan action earlier with better information. This can reduce downtime and improve reliability. But there is one important condition. The model must be conservative and validated. In nuclear energy, better performance must never weaken the safety thinking. This is why predictive maintenance should be connected with safety measures and not only with cost reduction. And what about safety? Safety in nuclear energy is based on strong various procedures and safety culture. Digital twins can add another layer by moving attention from reaction to prevention. A twin can allow data from sensors and look for weak signs, small changes in temperature, pressure, vibration, flow, or other parameters. It can also use virtual sensors with estimates value that are difficult to measure directly. This doesn't mean that the digital twin decides alone. It means that the operation receives early warnings and more context. And in this way, the twin can help people see the problem before it becomes a serious event. The final decision still belongs to trained professionals, but they can decide with a better pictures of the situation. And even the most advanced digital systems still depends on people. Clear safety is strongly connected with human factors, communication, procedure, discipline, understanding of alarms, and decision under pressure. Digital twins can support training because they allow teams to practice rare and complex scenarios without risk and for a real plant. Operators can repeat exercise many times and learn how the system react. This is especially useful for events that are unliked but very important. A twin-based simulator can also support teamwork and communication between different roles. In this sense, the digital twins isn't only a technical model, it's also a tool for safer human performance. Good training also builds confidence because people know not only this procedure, but also the logic behind it. And talking about emergency, it can't be based only on written plans. It also needs realistic exercises and tested scenarios. A nuclear digital twin can support this by combining plan data weather information, spatial data, and emergency procedures. For example, it may help stimulate how a situation could develop, what areas may need attention, and what communication may be required. It can also make training exercises for evidence-based and more realistic. It doesn't remove the role of emergency authorities or plans experts. It gives them a better analytical environment. The twins can also help compare several response options before the final operational or public decision making. And talking about security by design, I would like to point that the nuclear digital twin can improve insight, but it can also create new cybersecurity risks. It connects operational technology, information technology, sensor software models, and user interfaces. This means that the cyber attack surface may become larger. In nuclear energy, this is a very serious issue because the system is part of critical infrastructure. Security must therefore be distinguished from the beginning. Important elements include access control, network segmentation, data integrity, secure updates, and supply chain risk management. A digital twin can't be considered safe if it's not cyber resilient. Safety and cybersecurity must be treated together, not separately. For this reason, cybersecurity should be treated as one of the foundation of nuclear safety in the digital age. Digital twins is only reliable as a data that fits it. This is why data governance isn't an administrative detail. It's a part of safety culture. Data must be accurate, complete, timely, and properly described. The assumption of the model must also be clear. If poor data enters the twin, the result may look professional but still be wrong. Interoperability is also important. Nuclear facilities use many systems from different suppliers and from different periods of time. Common semantics and clear interfaces reduce confusion. And vendor lock-in in critical infrastructure, good data governance support, better decision, better audits, and stronger accountability. This is also why data governance should be concluded in audits, procurement, and daily operational routines. And therefore, is no single law that regulates all digital twins as one separate technology. Instead, responsibility use depends on a regulatory stack. In nuclear energy, the core remains nuclear safety law and radiation protection, but other legal areas also matter. Cybersecurity rules are relevant because the twin may support critical infrastructure. Data rules are relevant because the twin needs access to large amount of information. AI rules may be relevant when artificial intelligence supports safety-rated functioning. This means that compliance must be understood as a system. The question is not only whether the twin is technically useful, but also whether it is lawful, secure, documented, and accountable. Such a late approach may be difficult, but it is necessary when one digital environment touches many legal duties. And I would also point, talking about spatial dimension and public trust, that nuclear projects are never only technical projects. They also have a spatial and social dimension. Local communities may ask questions about land use, water, waste, emergency zones, transport, and long-term risk. Digital twins can support better public communication because they can present scenarios in more understandable way. And they can reduce information asymmetry between experts and citizens. And the model must be governed responsibility. Talking about limits and risk, I have to point that digital twins, new days, have really strong potential, but they also have limits. The wrong model can support wrong decision. It's obvious. And false data can create.
I would say that the wrong decision would bring yes, the wrong model. No?
The wrong model.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
And of course, when we have black box artificial intelligence, it could make difficult to explain what a recommendation was made. And depends on one vendor can reduce control over critical system.
That's a good point, to reverse, how to reverse. Okay. Yes.
And there's also risks of over-optimization where people trust the model too much and stop asking critical questions.
Yes.
And this risk.
But as I said to Elias, that he needed to share my wise slides.
Yes.
You need to share my wise slides.
Yes. I go to my conclusion. I know that the time is out. And going to conclusion, I have to point that digital aren't a magic solution, but that they can become a powerful support for nuclear energy. And at the end, I want to also mention that in a month, we publish a paper about digital twins in energy sectors. And I think that this topic, new, is really powerful. And I think that digital twins is a good solution to improve energy sectors. But also we have to know that the digital twins are not only for energy sectors. And thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent. So this one slide. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we have to thank her. I want to thank her for hard work and for sort of putting up with me, because I'm not easy. I'm not easy. Listen up. One small second. Now Elias is going to present for 2 minutes because there is a small award. Tomorrow the Polish part. But I want to tell you that the guide has been waiting for 1 hour, and there is another person who will translate the guide. So while going towards Borromeo or towards the restaurant, because we don't have much time, so maybe towards the because you don't have a luggage. You do have it. Yes, but she was going, the initial idea was to go to Borromeo. I think that there is a way from Borromeo to get to the restaurant. So, but please, just get a little bit of the road. Yes, because this was the idea. So this is the last bit, 2 minutes of her project on sustainability, energy, what else? Justice, social justice. So 2 minutes, Elnas, because everybody's waiting. Elias, you're great that you listen to all this. I will get in touch with you and we will make something of this. But I would need to sleep after this conference, and then something maybe bright will come to my mind. Not necessarily, but it might. So the floor is yours, maybe.
I will be so quick. I'm explaining about a project I did for the University of Katowice 2 years ago. I submitted it, and it's about it's about energy justice, but through the lens of the legislations, structural discrimination, and excluding legislation. So I'm not talking about the energy framework, but I'm tackling those legislation where resulted is such a kind of social injustice and resulting directly or indirectly to access to energy. My case studies are Qatar and Emirates, two rich country in the Persian Gulf region. Both of them are oil producers, but also they are pioneers in the promoting sustainability in the region, because they are investing a lot on solar parks, on smart cities. But in two dimensions, they have such a kind of legislation resulting to social injustice and energy injustice. One that you mentioned is labor law, and another thing is the citizenship law. Because first of all, about the citizenship law, in these two countries, it is they have more than 90% of population from migrant workers. So just 10 or 11% of the residents are Emiratis or Qataris. But the naturalization and being a citizenship is impossible somehow.
Did you come to the last slide? Okay, but this was the deal for the
And the other part is labor law, because they have the kafala system, which leads to somehow modern slavery. So both of them can reduce the salary, poor accommodation, being invisible, and not participating in decision making in the in general, also in the energy sector.
You're brilliant. 2 minutes and a half. So this is what, well, 1 second. Alessandra Niezgoda is going to do tomorrow, okay? So 2 minutes and a half. So, well, we expected you to present tonight. So you have Elnas, fabulous. Elias, thank you very much for being with us. We are finishing today because it's longer than, so we won't have a discussion because everybody's tired, hot, and so on. This is your present. The present is a sort of shared present between the Polish delegates and Pavia. So I'm sorry, it's not a golden ring, but we do what we can, you know. So thank you very much for helping. Yes, photo. Who will take the photo? Please take the photo. Take the photo. Who will take the photo? Because I don't have the phone.
I'm closing.
Yes. Yes, you close everything.